you. Welcome, everyone. Today is Wednesday, May 11th. It's just a couple minutes after noon, and we are beginning our regular meeting for the day. Mike, I would ask that maybe we turn those blinds so we have a little better reception back there. And the first item today is the Month of the Young Child Proclamation. And so, I see Shirley Ritter here. If you'd like to come forward, I don't know who else we may have with you.
Well, I brought Eva and Brianne, but we tried to have kiddos come, but the snow really sort of set them back.
Was it a snow day?
They'd rather not be traipsing out in the snow.
No, they want to be playing out in the wet rain.
Come on around, and then you can face forward to the audience and the camera. So thank you.
They want to be out with their sleds. Sleds are out.
Yeah, that's right. Winter all year. A proclamation, Pickens County, Colorado. Whereas Kids First Care Resource Center, the Roaring Fork Association for the Education of Young Children, Pickens County Child Care Providers, and the Rural Resort Region Early Childhood Council are celebrating the month of the young child in May. And whereas, by calling attention to the need for high-quality early childhood programs available for all families in our community, and that counties champion high-quality child care to reap the immediate and long-term rewards for their community in economic vitality, civic participation, school success, and public safety, and giving the appropriate, and whereas, given the appropriate learning opportunities that high-quality early childhood programs provide, children acquire the early language, mathematical, social, emotional, artistic, and physical skills and ability that strengthen the foundation embraced by the Aspen idea, mind, body, and spirit. Now, therefore, be it proclaimed that the Board of County Commissioners and the citizens of Pickens County join the National Association for the Education of Young Children in proclaiming May 2011 as the Month of the Young Child. We extend our heartfelt thanks and appreciation to all those who work so hard to care for our youngest citizens, and we commend these efforts and encourage community involvement of all citizens to recognize and support the needs of young children. Dated the 11th day of May 2011. Thank you.
Thank you. Eva has just a few words to say.
Please, and face the camera. We'll hear you.
Where is the camera?
It's forward.
They'll find you.
They'll find you.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I am Eva Jankowski, and I work for Kids First. I just finished a master's program in early childhood leadership. And in my thesis, I found that most community members don't really know what early childhood teachers do because it's not common knowledge in society. Early childhood teachers directly influence children's ability to be capable adults later in life. Did you know that at the age of 3, a child's brain has more synaptic connections than that of an adult? And that all children's brains are capable of hearing and speaking all the sounds in the world, even the clicking language of the African bushman. But the ability to hear all of these sounds starts to become pruned away around the age of 5. Research has also shown that high-quality programs give children the opportunity to excel later in life, becoming more successful academically as well as socially. In the first 5 years, the brain becomes hardwired and the groundwork is laid for the rest of our lives. What early childhood teachers do is incredibly important in ensuring a strong and capable society for our future. And we just wanted to say thank you for your support towards children and family in this community, and appreciate that you're joining us in celebrating the Month of the Young Child. We wanted to let you guys know that the Children's Parade is coming next week on Tuesday, the 17th, and we start at Boogie's Diner at 10 o'clock and then parade all the way down to the pedestrian mall. And we're also having a parent night where we're going to have a guest speaker, Dr. Joanne Stern, who wrote Parenting is a Contact Sport, and that is going to be at the Yellow Brick Gym on Thursday, May 26th at 5:30.
Well, thank you, and thank you for all that you do. We really greatly appreciate it.
Thank you.
a reusable lunch bag, and there's a little treat in there. You've got some animal crackers, just to say you're eating.
We should give those out to you guys.
Yeah, well, we'll take the balloons for the kids, and they'll be happy. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
Animal crackers.
And the next item on our agenda is also a proclamation, and so we will stand again. Marty, if you'd like to come up, or I don't know who you have receiving the proclamation, anyone else you have with you? Okay, thank you. Come on all the way up and I'll face up. Thank you so much. A proclamation of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Older Americans Month 2011. Whereas Pickens County is a community that includes 3,407 citizens aged 60 and older, and whereas the older adults in Pickens County are the roots from which our community grows, who bestow gifts of wisdom and insight upon younger generations, and strengthen the bonds between neighbors to create a better place to live. And whereas our society can be enhanced by older adults aging peacefully in their communities. And whereas the older adults in Pickens County should be commended for their role in creating and bolstering the fiber of our community and nation. And whereas our community can provide that recognition and respect by enriching the quality of life for older Americans, by increasing their opportunities to remain in their communities as active and engaged citizens, providing services, technologies, and support systems that allow seniors to foster and maintain connections within our community, and emphasizing the value of elders by publicly recognizing their contributions to the diversity, strength, and unity of our communities. Now, therefore, we, the Board of Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, do hereby proclaim May 2011 to be Older Americans Month, and the 2011 theme of Older Americans Connecting the Community. We urge every citizen to take time this month to honor our older adults and the professionals, family members, and volunteers who care for them. Our recognition of older Americans and their involvement in our lives can help us achieve stronger and more meaningful connections with each other and enrich our community's quality of life. Thank you very much for being all here. If you'd like to say a few words, let people know about the senior lunch or how to come up to the center.
The senior lunch is actually happening right now.
Yeah.
I just wanted to say that my staff and I at Senior Services consider it a privilege to serve the older population of the county and hope to continue for a good long time.
So that's every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday?
Lunch is every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. We're open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, with lots of other services, transportation, programs, legal assistance,
Shopping
wide
trips.
range, a wide range of services.
That's great. So anyone who's interested in more information, please contact Marty and help participate. Younger visitors are always welcome.
We welcome everyone. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay. I would ask our manager, are there any additions or deletions to today's agenda?
There are no additions or deletions to the agenda.
Okay. I would note for the record and anyone in the public that the land use consent public hearing for the Limited Liability Corp. Site Plan Review, Rural Remote Request Review, and 3 Trees Limited Liability Corp. Site Plan Review is going to be continued until July 13th at the applicant's request, and so we will open that and continue that as necessary, but not really be hearing the matter today. All right, we now would move on to public comment. Are there members of the public here today to speak to items that are not on today's agenda? There being none, we will move forward to commissioner comments. Welcome back, Jack. It's good to have you at the table. I hope you had a good
It's
time
great to
visiting.
be back. I
Grandmother?
really am very glad that I missed a couple weeks of a lot of snow after a good winter, so it's all good. I'll make a comment. I think it's pretty neat that I've joined another demographic. 3,000 older than 60s, so now it's the second demographic, being the first year of the baby boomers too, so we keep inching towards 70 now.
Thank you and congratulations on that. Michael, do you have any comments?
No comments.
Okay. George?
Yeah, I just want to congratulate the mayor and Steve Skadron, the two incumbents, and also the new city council member, Adam Frisch. Congratulations to all, and to those who did run as well. We should acknowledge them for their effort in putting themselves out into the community. It's always a challenge to do that. And I thought it enlivened the debate and the discussion. And we look forward to continuing to work with City Council on many of the issues that are the shared concerns.
Yes, very good. Very good comment. Rob?
Yeah, I just had one thing to share. Last night, after our meeting, I attended the graduation for Roaring Fork Leadership, and they had, I think it was 32 new graduates through that program that's been in our community for over 20 years now. And I know that George was part of the foundation of that community. It's a great program. They are taking applications for the 2012 class at this time. So if people are looking to learn leadership skills, get more involved with the community, I would encourage you to go to the Roaring Fork Leadership website, roaringforkleadership.org, and sign up for the next class. So it's a great program.
Very good. Thank you, Rob. Appreciate that. I guess I'd just like to take a moment. I think people know I usually ask for a moment of silence to honor the sacrifice of all those involved in the two wars, Afghanistan and Iraq. And since our last regular meeting, there's been the development of Osama bin Laden finally being fully targeted, and I think the attempt was to capture, but he ended up being killed. And that may mark some sort of turning point for the stay of the troops in Afghanistan and the wind down of that war, as it were. But there are still many, many people in harm's way. And I think that we should offer both our thanks and congratulations to the service members, their bravery, the intelligence gathering, our president, and everyone who was involved in this milestone, even while we are bearing in mind that people are in harm's way every day, and the sacrifices that have been made so far by the families and individuals will continue. Those sacrifices will not be wiped away or alleviated by this step. So again, I would just ask for a moment of silence. Thank you, everyone. We will now move on to our consent action items. Is there a motion to approve? We have items of our minutes, April 19th, the work session, and April 27th, the regular meeting. We have a resolution accepting the Northwest Council of Governments Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy and the abatement for the Wildcat Ranch Lot 5.
I'd like to pull number 2.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve item 1 and
I'd like to move that.
Second.
okay. Now, Jack, you weren't here on April, on a couple of those work session dates, the 27th. Do you want to vote for those separately, or?
I guess I can refrain from voting on those because I wasn't there for either of those, so maybe we just go to the one item.
Okay, let's withdraw the motion, and then why don't you make a motion to approve the abatement for Wildcat Ranch?
Okay, I'll withdraw my previous motion and just make a motion for the abatement for Wildcat Ranch, Lot 5.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay?
Thanks for
Yeah,
clarifying.
no, I didn't think of that first. Okay, all those in favor on that item? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. Is there another board member who'd like to make a motion on the minutes?
Second.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
I refrain.
Okay, yes. Thank you, Jack. Very good. We have an item on our agenda for the land use consent public hearing of the MS 4610 limited liability site plan review, rural remote special review, Three Trees LLC
Rachel,
site plan.
we pulled number 2 of the consent item actions. We haven't approved that yet.
You are so right. I'm sorry. I'm a little apprehensive this morning. The item we will take up now is the resolution accepting the Northwest Council Colorado Government's Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy. Would either John or Rob like to introduce this item for us?
Would you like us to?
Yeah, why don't you?
Here, why don't we hand this around? And Cindy Hooven is here also because she's been, I think, more directly related, but maybe I'll do a quick overview and Cindy, you can jump in and help me out with this. What we're handing around now is just a quick flow of the different planning efforts that are going on so we can distinguish between the federal, state, and maybe local efforts. And right now, what we're talking about is the top box, which is a federal effort through the Federal Economic Development Administration. The Northwest Council of Governments about a year and a half ago began a process through the EDA to do a comprehensive economic development strategy, also known as a SEDS. The Northwest COG received a grant to complete this project. Their timeline right now is to have the document accepted by at least 51% of the counties involved in the Northwest COG by May 31st. What the Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy does is it lays out a process for communities to collect data on economic trends, analysis of what's happening in the economy, in this case in the regions that cover the Northwest COG, and then to develop a strategy pursuant to the EDA guidelines. Completion of the plan allows the Northwest COG to petition the Economic Development Administration to become what's called an Economic Development District. Now that's a district not in the sense of a taxing district like it would be in the local sense. It's a district whereby the Economic Development Administration recognizes a couple of things. One, that the region has gone through and has had an economic development plan accepted by the participating municipal or county entities. Also, becoming a district means that there's been some acceptance by the EDA that the area is economically distressed, and that could be measured. Typically, the measure is in terms of per capita income. That average per capita income is below 80% of the national average. However, if that is not the case in the community can develop other standards that would show that it's economically distressed that can be accepted by the Economic Development Administration. Once in a district, the advantage is that the Economic Development Administration has grants available to help communities implement their economic development strategy, and that may be for infrastructure projects, it may be for additional planning. In this case, being accepted as a district, we understand that Northwest COG will continue to receive funding in the amount of about $60,000 a year to continue planning efforts and really to continue tracking economic trends and watching for changes in the region. And then coordinating efforts to develop priorities and, as applicable, maybe apply for grants to move economic development efforts forward in the communities. Our relationship to it right now is we have used the same information that we submitted to the state for the bottom-up economic development process, which was initiated by Governor Hickenlooper's administration, completely separate process, but one that came in a little bit later into the process. We've used the same 5 goals that we've identified for Pickens County in the governor's process to submit with the comprehensive economic development strategy to the EDA. And so we have a lot of consistency in those goals that have been vetted, although somewhat briefly, but they've been vetted in the community, and they've also been vetted by the board. And so really what accepting this does is it moves Northwest Cog closer to being able to petition the EDA to be recognized as an economic development district, to continue receiving planning funds, and to make the area eligible for potential grants in the future.
Yeah. I think it might be clear to us that Pickens County in general is above most of these federal standards, but that other counties within the Northwest Cog region are economically depressed, particularly Jackson County. I think you guys may know John Rich and have met him through CCI or other activities at a regional level. And so this is, again, potentially less beneficial to us, but it is also very beneficial for some of our neighbors in the region. And I'm trying to think, is Lake County in COG? No, they're not. But that's, again, the type of community that would benefit from the federal assistances.
And I think we still also get the benefit of the economic trend analysis and having a resource that can feed that information back to us.
Thank you. George?
Cindy, when we did our criteria for the as a county to the governor, I thought at the at the last minute or so we added another category regarding environmental concerns. It wasn't really an oversight, it was more of an assumption, but we put that in here because we felt that really is the driving force for our sustainable economy here on the Western Slope. And so I don't see that in this version for Northwest COG, and I wonder if there's an opportunity to add that, because I think that is so critical when we talk about anything that relates to tourism. Has to come back to our ability to not only protect but continue to enhance our environment, our clean air, our clean water, our wildlife habitat. And I just think that that's sort of the bedrock of everything we should be looking at.
I agree. I think that they intended it to be included in some of what they've done here, but we can also just ask them.
Yeah, because I don't see it. I mean,
well, the energy focus and renewable.
It's only the heading of number 5.
Yeah.
I think number 5 was where we intended to capture that, George, but maybe
we did.
Yeah,
we captured it in what we did.
Right, so I would like to see whether we could have the opportunity to expand that in this resolution.
And I think you could approve with those changes, and we could definitely move that. And I think Northwest COG has an opportunity to make adjustments before the deadline. If that's the board.
I think that's great, George. And again, Cindy, you kind of captured the many elements he talked about: clean water, water quality and quantity, forest health, air quality, wildlife protection. Jack?
Yeah, George, thanks for bringing that up, because we had in our own plan moving forward included that, and it would appear that this is something that would be acceptable to, for example, the Eagle Summit and Grand, because we all live in a similar analogous environment, both the natural environment and the economic environment. And George is right on. It's really a strong driver about who we are and what we do. So again, George, thank you.
So do we need, I know we need a motion on this, but do we need a motion amended as discussed type of thing? Okay. Rob, did you have any other comments on that as our rep to Northwest County?
No, I mean, this was a process that started before I was on the Northwest COG board, because it started mid last year. Actually, my first meeting was kind of the first presentation of this SEDS report. So it's kind of interesting how this has gone side by side with other economic development stuff, but they are slightly related but slightly unrelated as well. But I did think it was interesting that the SEDS pointed out a lot of things that were very similar to our economic development. And I do agree with George that there could be a little bit more focus on the energy aspect, given the total mix of the counties. For instance, they say focus on existing and renewable energy resources to include development of additional energy sources, assist in identification of funding. I would stress a little bit more our renewable energy aspect and our protection of our environment and those sorts of things in that category. As a concern for us, I think that would be a good thing to
That
just...
is a double benefit.
As a double benefit for the economic development as well, because, with 85% of our lands being public lands, that's our tourism draw. And that's really important to understand that's a big part of our economic development. But fostering tourism was a big part of their thing. Attracting new businesses was a big part of their thing. Telecommunication and infrastructure. I know that Michael has been talking about broadband, again and again, and it's, again, a big part of the whole district's problem for doing things. Sustainable main streets and downtown projects. I think that's an aspect that's important here in this community. Workforce development, having continued, especially in this economic situation, it's hard to ignore the fact that we need to continue to educate and develop our workforce to be better and stronger as the economy does recover. So I thought it was good, but I do agree with George's comments. It might be nice to put a little something in there saying that this is something that's particularly strong for us.
Okay. Does that sound good to you, Cindy?
It does. I just wanted to mention, I think that the local work that we've been doing, I know several of you were able to come to one of the meetings, and then we had a second meeting to discuss some of where we want to go locally in some of our planning process for economic vitality. And just wondered if you had any thoughts about how you want to proceed with that effort at this point as a board and your recognition of that process, or if you'd like me to just come back with maybe an outline of some thoughts to present to you.
I think that if you bring us some options and the types of thoughts that you've looked at, and then we can expand and edit and go from there at a work session. Any other board questions or comments? Yeah.
I have a question for Cindy. On the first page of Rachel Lanay's memo to us, at the bottom it says the CEDS planning process has included broad community participation. Now, we're certainly aware that this was going on and relative to the creation of districts, etc. But could you fill me in as to what Pickens County's involvement had been?
Rachel has come to this community at least once, if not twice, back when Patty Clapper was still on the board, and hosted a meeting at the city council chambers in the basement. And she had told us about it, and we kind of expanded the list and said, we'll be sure to invite the ski company and be sure to invite others. I do not know how many people attended or not, but there was a meeting held up here to talk about the whole process as well.
Great. Yeah, Patty, in our report, I just didn't remember, she might have reported to us on that.
Yeah.
It is great because this really does, I think, track very much what Governor Hoover has initiated statewide. And it's just a different tool that might be used by some or all of the counties according, to how it evolves.
Yes, I'm ready for a motion.
I'd like to make a motion approving the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Pickens County, Colorado, accepting the Northwest Colorado Council of Governments, known as Northwest COG, Comprehensive Economic Development Strategy, known as CEDS, with the amendment to include our concerns about the importance of the environment.
Second?
Second and clarification.
Yes.
Just so, George, we inherently know what you mean, but the amendment not in our reso, but in fact in the body of the comprehensive work plan. Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
No opposed? Very good, thank you. We will now move on to the land use consent public hearings, and I will open the public hearing for the MS 4610 Limited Liability Corp. Site Plan Review and Rural Remote Special Review, and 3 Trees Limited Liability Corp. Site Plan Review. Again, this item is to be continued, but if anyone had attended this meeting to comment on it, okay, there being none, I will close the public hearing on this item and accept a motion to continue it to July 13th.
So moved.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
The item has been continued. We will now go into the land use public hearings. The first item is the Bunda designation, the Historic Register Site Plan Review, Special Review, and Vested Rights Extension. That is Suzanne Wolf.
There's 3 of them in there. This is by West. And then there's a winter version. And I think this one's the best. And then this is just showing property boundaries and neighbors.
This is probably the best one, this little cover that we need.
This is
And I was like, what am I doing? There we go. That makes sense.
Although, Aspen Mountain's always in the south in the big map, so.
yeah, so Aspen Mountain would be at the top.
Sense, yeah. I had to get myself oriented coming up Lillian Road, so.
Okay.
Maybe since I'm standing here, I'll let Lindy has to raise it for me.
Welcome.
Okay, Suzanne Wolf for the planning office. With me are Mary Manning and Dan Bunta, who are the owners of the parcel that we're discussing today. And Rachel, I'll wait behind you, so I don't want to get you. So the property's up in Little Annie Basin. So here we're coming up Little Annie Road. Here's the curve, right?
Yes.
The cabins there. So the historic cabins here, for those of you who were here a couple of years ago when you reviewed the request from Hot Greenway at the time for the other portions of Little Annie Mine, those are on the left side of Little Annie Road here. So this is basically, there are 2 cabins, one on either side of the road, and then there were also some of the ruins from the Little Annie Mine that were on this portion. So, and then just while I'm pointing, I'll continue. So this is Dan and Mary's parcel. It's a approximately 40-acre parcel that was created basically around with this cabin, knowing that this cabin basically converted development right on the 40-acre parcel that was created about 5 years ago, I guess it was now. So the proposal is to establish, part of the proposal is to establish a new envelope, activity envelope for an additional 1,000-square-foot cabin up in this portion of the property. So basically you would continue up Little Annie Road where you get to this switchback on the road. There's an existing 2-track that cuts down to this essentially little mine dump kind of area pile, and then the activity envelope is right up in there. So this is the meadow as you come out of the trees here as you're coming up Little Annie Road. The meadow kind of opens up here. It's basically at the top of the meadow up near the edge of the trees. So, and again, like Dan said, Aspen Mountain is you're continuing up the top of the sun deck. It's up off of the map there. So the applicant has requested designation of the site to the Historic Register and has requested incentives for preservation of the cabin
which include issuance of 1 TDR, the 1 additional residence density bonus, exempt subgrade space, and an extended vested right. The application includes special review for activities in rural and remote, which includes the construction of the additional residence, improvements to the existing driveway, and allowing the activity envelope to exceed a half acre. Growth management exemption to construct the additional residence, activity envelope, site plan review, and as I mentioned, the vested right. Just quickly I had put on the front page of the memo the issue related to access, and again, the question here was when the parcel was created off of the other portions of the CCI property, I think it was at the time known that this was the area where Dan and Mary were going to propose to build a new residence at some point in the future. This portion of the access is on the adjacent property, and in reviewing the application, I basically discovered that there was not an easement in place to provide access from Leilani Road over to the property. Dan has been working with John Miller with CCI, and they did record an access easement moments ago in the clerk's office. So basically when I talked to them, everybody said, oh, this just seems to be an oversight. We can get it handled, and they got it handled, so we don't need to spend any more time on that issue. So just to summarize, I think some of the issues, there really aren't any constraint issues associated with the proposed activity envelope. They've been able to avoid steeper slopes. There's some small areas of steep slopes, but they're really man-made slopes from when that mine dump pile was put there. So they've worked around those for their envelope, and they don't. We can allow development under the code. In terms of the other hazards, they don't have wildlife, wildfire, geologic type hazards that they're dealing with in that location. Leilani is not a designated scenic road. Obviously, everybody feels that Leilani is a very scenic area, but I think in this case, this cabin is going to be very minimally visible, whether you're coming up Leilani Road or going down. From this area, if you're on Leilani Road up in this curve, the driveway drops down to get to this area, and you probably would catch a little bit of maybe a portion of the structure, but very minimally visible. And I think the perspective from down here too, you're not getting a full-on view of the cabin at any point on Leilani Road. So I think it really has very minimal visual impact. The designation of the historic register is supported by Susanna Reed. I think you got some of her support through the prior application, and she continues to support this, the Leilani mine being one of the most significant mine sites in the Castle Creek Valley. She has a lot of comments, I think, but basically her feeling is that the addition of this cabin to that historic register completes the Leilani mine site. These are the only remaining buildings. There were more buildings at one time, but other than that some buildings have been removed, the landscape otherwise is very intact. It has not been changed in that area, so she definitely supports the designation, and in this case, the new cabin will be located at a substantial distance away from the historic structures, so it really doesn't have it's very separate. It doesn't have any direct impact on the historic resource. As you're aware, there are a number of incentives that are available to people when they propose to designate to the historic register. The applicant had requested several of those. I think one thing to explain with rural and remote, kind of this question of layering of incentives, and we kind of walked through this, I think, with that Greenway application, but in rural and remote, if they did not designate to the historic register, they have an existing cabin, they have the right to come in and get a new 1,000-square-foot cabin approved with no historic designation. All it requires at that point is a deed restriction of one of the structures for resident occupancy. So it's not required to be occupied all of the time, but if somebody's going to occupy it, it has to be a local working resident. So we've looked at it since somebody's asking to be on the register, that's essentially a right somebody has even if they're not going to be on the historic register. They have that right to build an additional cabin. So in their case, by putting it on the register, they're asking for what they could do otherwise, and they're asking additionally for incentives for the preservation of the resource. So that's where I kind of separate getting a new cabin from other incentives they've requested, which is the TDR, in this case subgrade space, and an extended vested right. So I know that's kind of confusing to when you sort of lay out how many different things is somebody asking for, but again, I think in rural remote, there really is a difference because we are allowing them the right to that additional cabin anyway. So the benefit from getting a historic designation, then you get into, then what are those incentives? So my recommendation on the incentives was the granting of the TDR, which is consistent with what we did across the street for the rest of the Little Nanny mine site. The question or the criteria in the code that talks about the benefits provided are proportional to the significance of the historic resource. In looking at that, I looked back at the previous application. We did grant additional subgrade space in that application. We didn't grant more vested rights as part of that application. There was a subsequent application from the later owner of the property that allowed additional vested rights, and so that wasn't part of the historic designation. So I looked at what was proposed at the time related to their subgrade space, and they had said, well, we're going to take a bunch of inappropriate additions off of the historic cabin. We'd like to put some subgrade space so we can create a storage space and get rid of all of those inappropriate additions and clean up the site and make it more what what it was historically. And so that was approved as an additional incentive at the time. Dan and Mary requested, similar, but in their case, they want to put the subgrade space under the new house. And I felt that that was probably going beyond, this sort of idea of proportionality. They do have the right to do our 5'6", less than 5'6", space below where they can do mechanical storage, water storage, some of the things that they'll need to do. But I just felt that if the idea was that in the other case, that the subgrade space would help to improve and preserve the cabin. In this case, it was kind of a little bit separate from the historic resource, and that it would just be providing additional square footage in rural and remote that may not be appropriate. So my recommendation on the incentive was that the TDR was appropriate and consistent with what we had done on the other site, but I recommended against the subgrade space and the extended vested rights. And let's see if there's anything else I wanted to touch on. Just quickly, I think on the special review issues, the increase in the size of the activity envelope, in this case, the actual activity envelopes for the new development is 1/2 acre. It meets the criteria of the code. They're doing an activity envelope additionally around the existing improvements, which is what we recommend people do when they're going through the process. So that's what requires them to have more square footage in their activity envelope. Staff didn't have any issue with that. And improvements to the driveway, rural remote requires special review to establish a driveway. In this case, there is an existing 2-track that takes them to basically the portion of the site. There'll be a parking area above and then the cabin located down below. The driveway takes you to that parking area now. There'll just be minimal improvements needed to that. So I addressed it under special review, but technically it's not a new driveway, so it wasn't necessarily necessary to have special review approval. I think that's it. So we've recommended approval. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Okay, I have a question. In the process will be, we'll ask Suzanne questions first and then hear your application and ask you questions. But talk to me a little bit about the historic cabin in terms of what will the restoration entail? Is it rehabilitation? Is it stabilization? Is it restoration? What?
Nothing is proposed at this time. I mean, Dan and Mary have been living in it, so it has been maintained. And no specific changes are proposed at this time. Essentially, through the covenant that we require for a historic resource, requires them to maintain it, not allow it to, diminish. But there's, in the other case, they had made commitments regarding restoration of the cabin. That's not part of this application at this time.
Thank you.
Just to follow up on that, because that was one of my main questions. The applicant will record a covenant to ensure the long-term preservation of the cabin. can you go into a little bit more detail of what that means? What are the guidelines that they have to uphold? What are the standards?
Basically, I mean, the covenant says, I'm going to maintain it. I don't have the language. It's a document that, John Ely has helped us create over time, but there's a standard document we use. It does say, if anything is done in the future to the cabin, it comes under our guidelines for historic, properties. So anything that is done, in compliance with those guidelines and under review of the historic preservation officer. So I don't know if you're looking for more detail on that.
I was just curious what the guidelines were for historic. That answers my question pretty much.
Yeah. Okay, other questions?
George? Same line. Yeah, same line. Typically, or at least not typically, but in the recent past, when we've issued TDRs for designated historic properties, that TDR went specifically because the property owner was going to use that TDR as able to preserve, stabilize, and actually bring those properties into a livable place. So in this case, it sounds like we're giving a TDR because we're going to be able to have this cabin on our national or Colorado historic.
The county's historic.
So my question is, in the resolution, and right now it's being lived in, and it's deed restricted for employee housing, or no?
It's not currently deed
It's not
restricted,
current.
no.
I guess my question is, or what I'd like us to consider is that since this TDR is being granted, and this current cabin is actually being livable right now, that I would like to see us not only just preserve the cabin, but maintain it as a livable dwelling.
Okay, I think that that's a concept on the table. I don't know that we can we require that in exchange for the TDR as part of the incentive program, or a standard of the rest?
Because again, in the past, when we've done, just recently down in Emma, we've done TDRs, those TDRs went specifically to the purpose of stabilizing, enhancing those properties, so that owner was going to be able to sell those TDRs, garner that money, and put that right into that property. In this case, it sounds like that TDR would probably be utilized more for the building of the new cabin, which is fine, but I just want to make sure that we're not losing the opportunity where those TDRs in the past have gone into the actual maintaining of that historic structure, that we're not going to lose that opportunity down the road.
I mean, that would be looking at sort of the scenario if they were not, if this wasn't historic, we weren't talking about historic designation. Under that scenario in the code, if you get the new cabin, one of them has to be deed restricted. I mean, that is consistent with that. The deed restriction that we've used in rural remote is pretty lenient, I guess, because the thought was, well, we don't want to require year-round occupancy of a cabin back here with limited, that clearly has issues, but it is a deed restriction that would essentially say this, provide some limitations on occupancy to local residents.
Just to kind of clarify, the process would be that in order to have the second cabin, the first cabin, if it's remaining, needs to be deed restricted.
One or the other is how
other.
the code reads.
So we might anticipate that it would be the older cabin is the one that will be deed restricted. And that is kind of a resident occupancy type of deed restriction. It's not a cap in price or anything like that.
Right, it's not RO under the housing guidelines, but it's basically resident occupancy as defined in the housing guidelines. So,
Okay. And to be clear, we have had commitments from individuals about the level of restoration work that they will be doing on their historic structures, and that has occurred at the time the TDR is issued in terms of their commitment of what level of finish or restoration work, but it's not a direct thing that we track in terms of what they do with the proceeds of the TDR. They could pay for past work, they could pay other bills, they could pay for the restoration work, but we don't track how and where the money flows as much as the commitment to the standard and level of restoration that will occur.
Definitely, that's correct.
Rob?
Sorry, just one more
I'm sorry,
clarification.
that was a clarification on the same issue. So
So one option is that they get the TDR, they do a historic designation on the one building to maintain it, and anything that's done to it has to go through our historic preservation planning. The other option is that they get the TDR and then they get a deed restriction on the cabin, but do they have to have a historic preservation at that point?
No, I'll try and clarify again, because I know it's one of those, it's hard to. So if they did not do any historic designation, they could come in to request, say, we know there are cabins back there that are not historic, but the idea with rural remote was we want to preserve that lifestyle, and so we wanted to be able to keep those little cabins. So we said, even if you're not historic, we'll give somebody the right to keep your existing cabin, build your new 1,000 square feet, but one of those needs to be deed restricted. No TDR conversation in any of that. Your other
No historic conversation.
No historic conversation, right.
That's what I wanted to clarify.
So the
There's no historic conversation.
right, the historic preservation, historic designation piece of it brings in the discussion of the discretionary TDR.
the first area is just what's allowed under rural remote zoning.
Gotcha.
Sorry, I got out of order here. It was going down Michael and then Jack.
Suzanne, is the Lanning Road a county road?
Yes.
Do we own it?
I never know the answer directly to that question.
Well, the reason I'm asking is because I see that the property line seems to be in the middle of the road. And so what I'm thinking is, that we should secure rights to that road. That road can't be, in a future date, I'm sure Dan and Mary wouldn't do it, but there's some dispute about that road and the property line. So I would just like to have that clarified.
Why not include that as a condition?
Yeah.
In terms of just clarifying it, or if it is not, if it is not owned in fee, I guess, what's the question in terms of?
Pretty sure that section of Little Annie is not owned in fee by the county, but exists through an easement. So what we can do, if it's okay with the board, is to have Public Works confirm the existence of the easement, and if it's not there, to get it.
Right. Just so, what happens in the exchange of all these properties, subsequent owners tend to dispute who owns what, because they've just paid an enormous sum, and only to find out that they have a county right-of-way going through their property. So I'd just like to avoid that whole.
That's a great point, Michael. Any other question at this time for Mary?
No.
Okay. Jack?
Yeah, I'd like to go back to the discussion relative to what's going to happen with the cabin, and all that, and George's point. So I'm on board with George's thinking, and I even wrote, as an addition to just a simple language change where it says in the reso, preserve the cabin, I preserve and maintain, because I didn't know what preserve meant. So maintain also. In the body of this work here, I thought the cabin is going to, the covenant is more like a caretaker unit. Is that really what it amounts to? Because the term RO is troubling to even refer to it.
It's not, but that's why I said it is definitely not resident occupied. I think the language in the code is resident occupancy. It's clearly not intended to be RO as with all of the requirements that come along with that.
Some kind of value.
Right, no, this is not along the lines of that kind of restriction at all.
Okay. Suzanne, in preparing for this hearing, I noticed on one of the maps talks about a parking area, 30 by 50. Can you explain to me what kind of disturbance that's, it's identified as a parking area, seems rather huge, but what does it mean?
Most of that's existing now, because again, there's this pile, dump pile, and then it's been flattened out on top. There's been this 2-track down to it. Actually, I think there were old historic photos in the application that showed once upon a time there was actually some form of structure up there. So I think, again, this 2-track has been there, and these guys can probably tell you how it gets used. I'm probably guessing people hang out on it and have parties and do whatever they do. But I think I don't know. I mean, it's clearly there's a road to it, and there's a flat area there now. I think Dan and Mary
In their presentation,
clarified.
maybe
Yeah, that
define what
my
that
sense
is.
was that it's actually very minimal improvement to what's already essentially a flat area.
Right, and there was a reference to that, and also during your presentation, please fill me in about this amount of disturbance for the road, if it needs how much improvement, whatever, because we got to have that representation here. I'm looking at this, and having been on the Planning and Zoning Commission in 93 to 5, when we created this zone district, less disturbance, obviously, is real important. So I'd like you to clarify that. For the moment, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, Rob, question for Suzanne?
Yes, Suzanne. In reading through this material, I didn't find one thing that I was looking for in kind of the landscape section of things. This house is at 10,000 or so feet, and grass takes a lot longer to grow. Is there anything in the code that says, at that altitude, you have to do X more because disturbance is going to be that much longer and that much more impactful for people going up that road, that sort of thing?
I would say there's nothing specific in the code, elevationally. Obviously, we would look at their re-veg plan as part of their building permit submittal, and, could certainly...
And I guess from the applicant side, when we get around to them addressing them, what are they doing to make amends to the fact that they're doing this at such high altitude, and that's a little different than doing it at a lower altitude within the county.
Okay. Yeah, I think a re-veg plan does cover a lot of those materials, and then also the re-veg plan has to be fulfilled. So if someone's landscaping didn't take for some reason, it's not a one-time shot. They're required to see it established eventually. If there's... Jack, you have
Real quick,
another question, please?
just for everyone's information, I did finally focus on where the caretaker dwelling unit terminology came from, and it was Randy Gold's letter for the homeowners association. So he might not have articulated an exact, terminology.
Thank you. We will now go on to your presentation.
Okay,
Just introduce yourselves for the record. And
my name's Dan Bunta. I've been a resident of Pickens County since September 1986. I started renting the annex cabin in September 1989, and I would go in and pay rent to Bill Dunaway at the Aspen Times, and probably in 2000, Bill said, "Dan, you've been living there a long time, you must like it." And I say, "I like it a lot." And he said, "Well, would you like to buy it someday?" And I said, "That'd be fantastic. I don't know what that would entail." And a couple of years later, I talked to John Miller and expressed interest. If the opportunity ever came, I would be interested in hearing about what it would take to purchase the property, either 1 acre to whatever would be deemed the lot. And in 2003, came back and said, "Dan, we should work on a plan so you can buy this place." And then it took several years of planning, and I actually helped John create the 36-plus acre lot with the lot across the street that then Hawk Greenway purchased. And the main reason I decided to go forward with buying it, not that I didn't love living in the annex cabin, but the annex cabin is an old miner's cabin, was down the road to be able to build an actual house cabin with modern amenities to live in. So I did a lot of looking at it and research and kind of checking county code and that, and I said, I think this can be done. One thing that came up in our discussion was, well, it'll be easiest if you remove the existing cabin to be able to build a new one. And I said, well, I love this cabin. This cabin's been here for over 100 years. I think it should stay. So right from the start, I wanted to keep the annex cabin where it is and preserve it. And through the years, I've done a fair bit of work on it. I mean, it's just maintenance work, but addressing what really needs to be done to keep the cabin preserved would be to put an actual, I would think, a slight stone foundation under it, so it doesn't sit on the ground. Right now it sits on the ground, which water then flows upward. As the seasons progress, you can tell the cabin moves a little bit just by how the front door functions. Some days they'll close the latch and it closes nicely. A week later, you'll go to latch the door and it'll be like, oh, what's up with this? And that's because it just shifts a little. It's nothing drastic, but it's just a little shifting. And, so at some point, I think, some field stone, just very minimal visibility, but something that actually takes it off the ground that it's on. And speaking of the ground that it's on, one thing you said, Rob, about vegetation, that is probably the most fertile soil in all of Picken County. I mean, it's unbelievable. Summertime wildflowers are this high. So regrowth, I am confident it will grow back in no time. And in terms of the driveway, the large turnaround area, Jack, that would be to accommodate the fire truck turnaround. And that area has an old mine dump where it's kind of a natural flat area, and it would take like minimal disturbance to be able to, improve it so the fire department really likes it. But that was the main reason for that large size, was it is a in and then out driveway. So to be able to have the fire trucks turn around, hopefully they'll never have to do that. And one other thing, with the driveway, it has a slight side hill, probably 16 inches to 14 inches to maybe 8 inches. So the only real improvements I'm looking at doing would be just taking out that little bit of a side hill, and it's on the uphill side, of course, and then just moving that, actually just kind of transferring the soil from one track to the other track. And it's actually quite good soil. It does not get slippery when it's wet, which is amazing. Some areas, over in Redstone, you get water and it's crazy. And it faces true south, so it gets sun. And the other thing about the driveway is, I don't think any of us will be able to drive it until maybe the end of June this year. And then who knows, you might have to stop driving it in September. So it's really very, very limited use summer driveway. It's not, by any means going to be, used more than just the summer months, really.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
you represented that, but don't pin yourself down to that use as is appropriate. I'm sure that's what you mean. Thank you.
And so your access, if you were living there in the winter, would be to park at a different location and snowmobile in?
Mm-hmm.
And where
we would
is the parking?
snowmobile right. The parking is at winter parking where we currently park. And then we would snowmobile right down the summer driveway, and then use the turnaround area to turn out snowmobiles, and then just walk to the cabin. Very similar to what we do now for the annex cabin, whereas right now we're slowly moving up the road, and then you just snowmobile up, park. Other neighbors use snowcats up there. It is in the powder tour terrain. which I do work for the Powder Tours as a guide and guide skiers right down to my place and through John Miller's property and over on the difficult property, and fantastic skiing. One other thing that I want to touch on is we are asking for vested rights of 10 years. Mary and I purchased the property 5 years ago with the intention of someday getting to this point right where we're at. And it's taken me several years, and I have designed the house myself with the help of an architect, but I plan on being a self-contractor and a self-builder with the help of subcontractors, and also go through the rest of the permit process by myself. And the permit process, as we all know, is very tedious. So the vested rights are, the reason we're asking for extended vested rights, which just because I just feel, if we get to this point and you guys say, okay, you can do it, it seems like the door is open for a very short period of time. 3 years is, it just seems short to me. So some further, a little time would be appreciated. But also I want to say, once I do start the cabin, I don't want to have it a dragged out process. I want to be ready to go, start, build, and get it done. I don't want to have it be a drawn out thing. I just don't like the construction processes. And the other thing is, I love the Little Annie Basin, and I feel a responsibility. It's quite a good community we have up there, just to take care of the annex cabin and to do a good job on the future home. Not to have, a big scar in the earth and revegetate, build it in a tasteful manner, build it that looks in and fits into the character of the basin with like rusted corrugated metal roofing, weathered wood siding. So it almost looks like, is that an old mine structure too? And one other thing we've asked for is a basement, and this will be our primary residence. Mary has been living up there with me for 6 years, and our primary residence for that whole time has been the little annex cabin, and it's great, but we also look forward to down the road having a little more space. And in saying that, the space of a basement is very useful when it comes to like non-living things. I work as a woodworker and do projects at home that I bring to town, and having some basement space to do some finishing work, some minor carpentry stuff, working on a small project would be very useful. I can see, where the term of 1,000 square feet of basement space seems like a lot, and I can see the possibility of, maybe 500 square feet of basement space just to have an area down there to be below grade and then have the rest crawl space for mechanical stuff. But if the whole thing's crawl space, to immediately have to go down there and start banging your head would make things difficult. And Mary, you want to add anything?
Sure. Well, my name's Mary Manning. I've lived in Pitkin County for going on 23 years now. As Dan said, I have been up in the Little Annie Basin for 6 years, having lived in the city of Aspen the entire time prior to that. Friends and family always thought I was crazy to want to move up there, to get on the snowmobile every morning and have to deal with cold temperatures, wildlife, whatnot. But it's definitely the place that I find myself the most comfortable. In wanting to build a new house, a little extra space, as Dan had said, would be nice. Indoor plumbing would be really nice, although then I have to clean toilets, so that's not such a great thing. But we've put a lot of thought into this, and we really want to make it work. We'd like to keep it within the realm of everything that is already aesthetically pleasing and historic looking on the backside. We don't want to build monster homes. 1,000 square feet to me is 3 times bigger than what we have. That's monster to me. So we just want to try and work through the process with you, and thank you for letting us actually come before you and chat.
Thank you. Board questions, George?
A couple comments first. I really like the history that was presented in the photographs. That was really great. It's great to always remember what that area used to be in terms of an active mining area.
Yeah, I mean, there's that photo of Buzz Cooper, his dad in there, and his dad looks like he's about 20 years old.
It's great. And the pictures jumping over the cabin. I actually worked as a guide for Dave Farney up there with the Landys back in the early 70s, and we used to jump over that cabin as well. So I know that spot, it's neat. My question is, when we were talking about the road, and not the road, the driveway, in terms of the size of it, and you said that it's to allow a fire truck ability to turn around. And it may be more of a question for Suzanne. So in a place like that's designated rural remote, we still have to maintain that similar code for the county for fire truck access?
I'd say, first of all, it's not technically not in the Aspen Fire Protection District, but which means it's under the sheriff's purview. So essentially, the sheriff defers. Ed Van, reviews all our applications for things back there. I would say, we try to work with the fire department in terms of meeting their standard, requirements. But clearly, we in planning at least, come at it from a different perspective of acknowledging that this is rural remote and that we would not anticipate seeing the kinds of improvements that the fire department would require other places. So, specifically the turnaround, I think the area is there now, so then if it can be improved minimally to accommodate something like that, I don't think that's an issue. If there wasn't that area there now, I'm not sure that we would necessarily agree to require that. But I think a lot of that often comes down to working with the fire department when the permit comes in or prior to the permit coming in to go, well, how can we satisfy requirements. I talked to Ed Van briefly. He had reviewed the application but hadn't had an opportunity to make comments. And I did note that Steve Crockett in his comments had required that they do put some water storage up there that would serve both of the cabins. And otherwise I think we're looking at it as more what's the minimum we can that we can live with and hopefully that the fire department can live with. I think, again, actually, to those comments, Dan and I talked a little bit yesterday, we have not required sprinklering of any of the other cabins that have been built up there. And that's sort of one of the standard language we put in about meeting the codes and requirements of the fire district, mention access, they mention sprinklering, those kinds of things. And the standard language is still in there, but I guess, we still need to work with them, but I think we would come at it from the position of how can we minimize what we're doing up there.
Yeah, I guess I would be more concerned for future development, future opportunities for other property owners to, if they want to build on some of their properties. I know there's a cabin for sale up there, and so we don't get into a situation where we've got some large parking turnarounds just to meet fire code. That probably isn't a code issue.
Yeah, as I said originally, a driveway requires special review in rural remote. So again, I think if someone was coming in with a real driveway and a big parking area and turnaround and those kinds of things, I think we would, through special review, be able to address that. In this case, again, I think the driveway is really existing, and I think the parking area to a great extent is also existing.
Okay, other board questions? Anything else? Jack?
Yeah, I'm certainly okay with what's been represented by the parking, and certainly also agree with George about other future applications. It's one of the heartburns I have about the international building code, I think, no, the fire, international fire code. And we had that discussion here, and I am absolutely firm about less is better. So I appreciate your approach on this. Certainly, and also no sprinklers. God forbid. Water source?
We would drill a well.
I just wanted to reaffirm what
We
you
have
read.
leased spring water too. But since we lease it, we would feel it'd be nice to drill a well that we would own.
Are you going to have a solar panel or something to try to create some electricity?
Oh yeah, we would have photovoltaic panels, and there actually would be on the west side of the house, kind of slightly uphill. And then we would also install the thermal vacuum tubes for solar floor heating.
Cool. Suzanne, just clarification, the storage shed, privy, and hot tub shed, I think that's the three terms. Hot tub shed, privy, and, yeah, it is a storage shed. Are those considered all accessory buildings and do not detract from the square footage?
It would not detract from the new 1,000 square feet.
Yeah, good. And is there really a hot tub there?
There is, and we would actually move the hot tub up to the new place, and so at that point, the hot tub shed would then be removed.
Okay, in Catherine Berg's memo, she talks about the applicant shall address possible soil contamination. Suzanne, would you explain what that means?
Yeah, I mean, I think the concern is, again, just sort of a known mining area. I think as we've described it, it's a mine dump and not tailings, but we need to make sure we do have the soils protocol. Dan did have some testing done, and actually Catherine just this morning, I think, talked to these folks to kind of clarify what they were looking for, and her take on the report that had been done was that this is a different kind of report than what we would be looking for in terms of, is there anything in the soils? That's a very lame explanation, I think, of what she told me this morning, but that there would be something else required at building permit. And then if there is any contamination, it's really addressed through a construction management plan. It's about how you dispose of those soils, essentially, is the primary issue, as opposed to anything that prevents development or anything along those lines. But the county does have a specific protocol that we use for these circumstances. So there is, I think in the condition, where is it? 6G, where it talks about our standard submit a construction management plan. We just said plan shall address soil contamination if applicable in compliance with the standards outlined in the county soil protocol memorandum. So it's just something they would need to follow up on, probably have a little bit, some additional testing of the soils in that area to determine if anything needs to be done or not.
Well, and that's a little bit of concern. I mean, this is a local couple. Money doesn't grow on trees. What does that mean? Well, we will follow our protocol, but we're very familiar with other sites that have had problems. So I guess we just have to wait till that time and find out what that means, because we're not going to create a separate exempt, I don't mean to say that, but I am sensitive to what costs could be, so we'll have to go from there. Now, in Susanna's memo, she talks about a couple elements on the existing, well, we'll call it the annex cabin, that detract from the character of the building. Is there any intent to, for example, she says, little rehabilitation is required at this time, but in the future, it may be desirable to remove some of the large deck constructions on the south side of the home. You've already mentioned that nothing is planned in the future. Is there anything in the element of our historic code that requires a little bit more conformance with the historic nature?
Not so much requires at this time. I mean, I think the way I viewed her comments were at such time, in the future, if they come forward to, start to talk about what improvements can we do to the cabin to ensure its preservation, whether it be foundation work or whatnot, they would work with Susanna at that time. And at that point, she would say, well, if we're going to be doing work on the cabin, here are the changes I would like to see, and basically work with them to try and accomplish removing some of what she would consider, inappropriate changes.
Okay, and that's good. We kind of have a path, and we're aware of that. As far as the vesting, I'm certainly sensitive to what the applicant has represented as far as putting this whole project together. Would you remind me how the vesting went in the contiguous parcel?
Yeah, in their case, the original approval with the historic designation had a standard 3-year vested right associated with it. The property was then purchased, and the new owner came in and basically wanted to get an extended vested right and made several commitments as part of that. One was that they would not proceed with any development of the additional cabin on that site for a minimum of 10 years. And then I think as part of that, they also committed to put a deed restriction on, at that time, the old cabin related to the occupancy of the cabin. I can't remember if there was anything else, but it was a subsequent application, where we then agreed to grant this extended vested right, but in association with other commitments.
Right. Well, I hope to hear from other commissioners on that issue, as well as the subgrade space. I'm sensitive to that, but I want to know what the bigger picture is. What happens down the road when you have a site that is constrained only topographically, say a hill, and the cabin is right there, and what kind of precedents are we setting here as far as the long term? So I'd like to hear others' thoughts on those two issues, as I certainly have no decision or determination yet. So, Board, I hope we can get some feedback from you all on those two items.
Following up on that, John, is it possible to have a vesting that reverts to less of a vesting of the subsequent owner? So if we were to grant a 10-year vesting now, but if the property were to exchange hands to be sold, it would revert to a 3-year vesting or less, depending on...
Well, a vested right is something that essentially attaches to the property it's involved with, not a particular individual or owner. And although the extension of the right and the development agreement that would memorialize it could reflect upon financial circumstances that might be unique to the current owner, it would be an unusual thing to try to.
That's what I'm getting at,
back.
essentially. I'm looking at a solution to a long-term vesting that is beneficial to the applicants, but not necessarily beneficial to a subsequent owner should the applicant sell. So that's the balance that I'm trying to achieve.
Yeah, I would be a little nervous about starting to create a whole series of different varieties of vested rights out there. I think that you could really get into some funny areas. And
This is a funny area.
but I think we have a lot of funny areas in Pickens County, and we could have as many different types as different categories of housing or deed restrictions and things like that. I also don't think that we've ever looked at, quote, hardship for an applicant as a reason for extension of vested rights. I'm not to say that I'm against this right now, but I'm just trying to think of the historical record of what we've been doing. The other thing is that in our standard, it is that we will consider extended vested rights when there are additional benefits conferred to the community, to Pickens County, as a residential community, not other it may take us a long time to get our financing along, or it may take us a long time to sell the property, or it may, it's always been some sort of benefit of some sort that's been conferred to the community. So I just don't want the precedent from this case to come back on the very next one to say, well, they didn't do anything extra. I mean, we already kind of see that even as we're trying to compare the Greenway application to this to see where they're the same and where they're the different. I think that there may be some truly substantial grounds to look at, given the extremely short building season up there. This is not like other places where you may not even be able to get in to build till July, and you may be out by beginning of September, depending on the type of work and the winter we experience. So I do think that there are a bit of extenuating circumstances due to the altitude and the short building season there. But that all being said, what I was going to ask you, Suzanne, is whatever you'd like to comment, but can you kind of go through a little bit of the extension of vested right process? Because that's what I'm thinking, is that I'm not so sure that it is as tedious or burdensome if there's not changed circumstances within the application that you may be perceiving, and also the different things that kind of naturally extend your vested rights by having begun to pull a permit or begun various levels of work. So why don't you go through that?
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to try and clarify on. So the vested rights, the expiration date, basically what we require is that you have submitted a complete building permit application by that date, so 3 years from today. You then actually have a year for that permit to issue, for it to be alive. So we can review it, have it ready to issue in a couple of months, but you may opt not to pick it up till a year later, the date of. But once you do that, then you've still maintained your right at that point. And then there's a period of time you basically have up to a year, is that correct, Lance, to then start your first work, to get your first inspection. So there's kind of a lot of time built in, I guess, on the back end. But what you have to do to meet the expiration date is get the complete building permit application in. But essentially, you can buy yourself close to 2 years before you're actually having your first inspection, and then it's essentially 6-month time periods to show progress on it. Obviously, like you said, you don't want to have that kind of progress, but in terms of working with seasons, I think, and making sure that you have a permit in time so you're ready as soon as the snow has melted out and you can get going. I think that can all get factored into those time frames.
And that first inspection can be something as basic as the foundation has been done.
I think that's traditionally the first inspection that's done.
Yeah, again, I can see some leeway here, but the process does allow a lot of leeway after rights have been given. Rob,
Just a follow-up question on that. So what I heard was normally there's a 3-year vested right to pick up permits, 1 year to submit your permits, 1 year to pick up the permits, another year to have your first inspection. I think you also asked this, what is the process, or is there a process of extension during those time periods, and what does the applicant have to do if something comes up and they want to?
Someone can make a request. Obviously, in this case, they're requesting it up front.
Yeah.
Someone could come in towards the end of their 3 years, or even after it has expired, and request an extension or a reinstatement. As Rachel said, I think I spoke a little bit to those criteria in the memo. Generally, our primary standard on that is what's the additional benefit to the county in extending your vested rights, and I think that's the application across the street, when they came back later and said, we'd like to get a much extended vested right, and I think they asked for 30 years and we granted 20. The commitments they made that went sort of above and beyond what had been done before were, we have no intention of building anytime soon. We will commit not to build for X amount of time. We'll do a few additional things. So that's kind of the back and forth that happens when somebody comes in to make that request.
So we've had some discussion on that matter and a chance to consider that as a board. We will soon go to the public comment. I see people hitting here, but I wanted to at least ask a little more about the basement size and your impressions of that, Suzanne. It's been said before, for the record, I live in about 730 square foot myself, and I've done that for 20 plus years at Hunter Creek. This is a 1,000-foot primary residence, but, and rural and remote homes were limited in size on a very deliberate path quite a while ago. And I don't know that we couldn't do this, whether it's 1,000 square feet or 500 square feet, without really being a precedent and, in a sense, changing our code to say that rural and remote homes now can be 1,500 square feet as long as 500 of them is below ground. So part of this was to limit the amount of excavation that would be needed in the area, part to, again, limit the overall activities. But if you would like to speak to what your considerations were on that item and what you feel about the potential precedent for rural and remote areas.
Well, I think in terms of the consideration, I was looking at kind of the multiple incentives that had been requested by the applicant. And, I think basically coming from knowing that obviously the ability to obtain a TDR and sell that and have the cash from that available for the development of the new cabin, restoration, whatever it may be related to the property, that clearly is a substantial benefit to someone. Then looking at sort of the additional subgrade space, I just had to, again, I think I had to make the distinction between, well, if it was, the situation where they picked up the historic cabin, put some subgrade underneath it to put it back and take away some of, the inappropriate additions that had been, there were a number of sheds and storage areas tacked on. They took it back to its original historic structure. That was an appropriate use of that as an additional incentive on top of the use of the TDR. Here it's going on with the new cabin, and I just felt like, the 1,000 square feet is a limit, and a pretty hard and fast limit. There is some allowance in rural remote for a separate mechanical structure, small, but there is some, availability for that. And we do allow the 5'6", crawl space underneath. So again, I guess I was concerned about the precedent of expanding. If that was the only incentive they had requested, I think I would see it as not an issue at all. We have a historic resource. Our primary incentive we want is to get some additional square footage up there. I can see that, but it was sort of more in the layering of the incentives and what's proportional to the benefit of the resource.
So our historic designation guidelines do allow for benefits such as bonus FAR across our various zones of code. So that is a clear benefit that can be achieved. And in areas where in rural and remote applications where there's not been historic designation considerations, the county has always stood firm on the 1,000 square foot house size without additional subgrade.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for that clarification. And the last is this on that point or on that?
Please, go ahead.
And the last item, again, for just some board consideration as we will then move into our discussion of the resolution after public comment, is the deed restriction on the cabin. Does that deed restriction, once a new home is built, actually require occupancy, or it just requires that if it is rented, it's only rented to someone who's a working resident of Pickett County?
That's basically it.
Okay, so there's no price caps, there's no...
No, and it's not required to be rented. If they found somebody who only wanted to rent for the summer but, couldn't face spending the winter up there, that would be acceptable. So it's, again, we're not requiring year-round occupancy necessarily.
Thank you very much for those clarifications on that. And then we'll go back for any last questions of either Suzanne or the applicants, and then hear from the public. Jack?
Yeah, if I remember correctly, when we as a Planning and Zoning Commission passed this potential zoning change to the Board of County Commissioners, there was a 400-foot footprint.
Yeah.
So it certainly evolved over time. I'm wondering, though, and maybe it's not our job to kind of think through this, but what if the applicant deed restricted also the new cabin? Would that be an incentive to the county to allow some square footage subgrade?
I think that would be a community benefit. It might be more than they would be willing to
Well, I'm not asking whether they would or not. I'm asking staff about how does this fit within our code? You know, and if this ever evolved, we wouldn't have to even make a decision today. You had time to talk about it. But I'm very concerned about this precedent issue. I mean, my heart goes out to, I understand. I also live in about 900 square foot, so I have a mansion compared to you, of course. But, you know, for those reasons, I mean, I'm a carpenter, I know all that stuff. So just trying to work through this, is that if it was deed restricted to local employees, you know, and this isn't a decision to be taken lightly, certainly in a flip of a coin, but would that be considered a community benefit?
I would think it would definitely be considered a community benefit, yeah.
You know, I just don't know where to go because I don't like the precedent here. From where we started, I'm very comfortable where the program evolved, but what's the next step, and then the next step, and then you erode rural and remote, and what we try to accomplish for all the both environmental reasons as well as, and one of the main reasons why rural and remote exists is because of provision of services, you know, health and safety and all that. So, you know, gee, you have a regular basement finished off, another bedroom, or, you know, two, whatever, it becomes more traffic, more A, B, C, so that's a problem.
It does make me wonder whether further discussions with Suzanne, the Historic Preservation Officer, and looking at the uniqueness of your parcel, if there's any additional community benefit that she would like to see that you could consider, that, you know, whether it's doing the restoration work sooner, or again, just anything that has to do with the site itself. Or can you think of any items as a land use planner that are not on the table now that might be construed as community benefit that could be offered? Are there as a need for trail easements or anything?
I'm not aware of anything along those lines. I mean, I think your statement about, you know, a commitment regarding restoration of the cabin, and, you know, in other cases we've gotten a timeline from people about when things were going to happen, you know, that's, you know, would be certainly an additional benefit. But
Or even the commitment to rent the cabin in the summer season instead of just, you know, be a choice of renting the cabin in the summer season. I don't know. I'm just trying to think about what might, again, be appropriate to attach. Are there other board questions or comments? And we'll go to public hearing then.
Just a quick comment. You know, we do have to proceed on this very carefully because certainly the backside of Asa Mountain is not the only place zoned rural and remote. And, you know, this really could get out of hand. So I, you know, caution, and we could always continue this per your suggestion to talk to Susanna, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay. Thank you. Please.
Just addressing community benefit, Hawk Greenway, who's actually, is he still present? Yeah. You hold in there, Hawk? He actually approached me with an idea that the Malika cabin, how does this go on, Suzanne?
I think it should just, oh, there we go, just push
The Malika cabin, which was for sale in the paper last summer, and it's kind of located right here on the, is it the Bolivia, Hawk?
Yeah.
The Bolivia, the driveway, the primary driveway to get to it is right from below the annex cabin. It cuts through there. Sorry for my jiggle. But that cabin, the Malikas, to my understanding, have donated to the Alfred Braun Huts. And the Alfred Braun Huts, is it okay that I bring all this up?
Sure.
In turn, would like to take the cabin down and then, in exchange for TDR, and then turn that claim over to open space. And then that claim then leads up with there's a few county claims in here, there's a few Forest Service claims, and then there's more Forest Service land. And there's an old, is it IOC Hawk? It was built in the 1920s. It's actually a fantastic hiking trail that wraps around Hurricane and then continues out past Wayne Paulson's property to the lower Hurricane Road. And Hawk Greenway approached me and said, you know, if this goes open space, we finally might have access to this whole trail without going over private land, but the best place to access it would be right over your private land. And he said, would you be willing, possibly to allow pedestrian traffic to use that road? And I said, yes, I'd be possibly willing. And then the other thing to point out is this road up here is the Upper Hurricane Road, which continues on all the way out to the Coulter Smith property, and then it connects with the Richmond Ridge Road up here about 6 miles out the ridge. A lot of people hike it. John Miller and CCI own this first part here. It is a private road. Stoney Davis's cabin is down here, and he has the only easement to use the road, but people still do hike it, and I'm all for hiking. It'd be far enough away from our site here, a lot of trees. A lot of people actually park right here and go up this road and mountain bike hike. And so there's also the possibility, down the road of developing, with permission of CCI there, of an easement, to allow public hiking on that Upper Hurricane Road.
At least the portion that traverses your property.
Correct, just that portion there.
Okay, well that, I think gives us a couple of avenues to explore. And I don't know how we evaluate or word something that's, potential coming forward. So, just let that sit for a little bit.
Well, I just wanted to bring up the point that there is, it almost just like green forest and that, but there is a lot of, little corners in public.
Okay.
I'd like to clarify, in the Greenway application, did he not allow a certain section of potential trail or something?
Yeah.
Trying to remember, there was some kind of analogous to what we're talking here, so, okay. Oh, and that's for future discussion.
Okay, we will now open the public hearing on the Bunted designation to Historic Register, site plan review, special review, and vested rights extension. Really, we just ask that you identify yourself for the public record before speaking. Is there anyone here who would like to comment on this application? Huck Greenway.
Yeah, I'm Huck Greenway, and I have a couple points to make on it. One is that, as has been mentioned, a lot of reference to the application that I put in, this is a couple years ago now, for the historic designation across the Little Annie Road. I see this as a really natural continuation of that historic designation, and as far as that goes, I totally support that. As far as the siting of the new house, I don't think Dan could have picked a better spot to place a house up there, and it's really sensitively located in terms of its overall impact upon the basin, and this is, as near as I can figure out, one of the last, of course this sort of shades of Hunter Creek, it's always the last one, but the last sort of potential cabin sites up there, and as such I think it's a huge, hugely sensitively located, and so I certainly support that. In terms of the subgrade space, I've been sort of fascinated by the conversation about it. I went for subgrade space across the road, which subsequently wasn't built by the subsequent owner, but in part to reduce that whole sense of clutter, because people own things, whether it's bicycles that need a place to go and so forth. And I think the compromise that's I heard Dan put on the table of a 500 square feet, or I went for 600 square feet across the road, which was larger than the 400 square foot cabin, and somewhere in that 500-600 square feet of usable space underneath, plus 5'6" crawl space for utilities. I think it'd be a really beneficial, and if that is done in terms of it, the historic designation, and on a rural property that has historic designation, I don't think you're opening the door too wide for all rural and remote 1,000 square foot locations. In terms of public benefit, the only thing that I'm not seeing in this application that I think you could make a request, Dan is a great sign maker. He's recently made a sign for the Alfred Braun Hut System sign / bench. Would be some sort of public notice as to that this is the Little Annie mine, historic designated area as you're coming up the road. I think that's a really reasonable request. I know I've had conversations with Dan about it in the past, and he's sensitive about some neighbors who may not want any signs there whatsoever, and size and scale of the sign would need to be sensitively and carefully scoped out with local homeowners association or whatever. But I think that would be a really reasonable request to do that. In terms of the vesting, I think it's a really reasonable request. First of all, you've been clogging up the works with people coming in asking for further vesting. And in terms of this applicant, I would just look at the fact that we've come through a historic financial storm in the last couple of days, or last couple of years, which has totally upended everybody's planning and so on. And I've watched Dan and Mary work this application for years now. I mean, he started working his application before I did across the road, and because of my health circumstances, I was able to devote full time to working on this thing. And I know Dan's and Mary are both, holding down full-time jobs and trying to do this on their own. And it seems to me that that 10-year vesting is a really reasonable request. And Dan, if they need the elbow room to see this thing go forward, why would you need to require them to have to come back and do a further vesting application at a later point in time? And I think it's a really reasonable request. There's no hurry required up there on this application, and I'd like to see Dan have that kind of elbow room. So I think that covers all my comments.
In our resolution, there is requirement for signage on the property itself related to the historic characteristics, but not any sort of entryway to the mining area, as I think you're kind of suggesting, which is slightly different. Additional public comment, Glenn Horn.
My name is Glenn Horn. My wife Alice Davis and I have lived in Little Annie since 1985, below Dan and Mary's property. Dan's been our neighbor for 22 years. We, completely support this request, and just want to make a couple of points. Dan and Mary are the first people that we know in the rural and remote who have come in to build a cabin where it's actually going to be their primary residence. They've been there for Dan's been there 22 years, Mary 6. And I think, as Hawk said, the extra vesting will be a really good thing for Dan and Mary in terms, you never know what's going to happen. And it is, if you have to come in to extend vesting, it's a costly process in terms of, you have to pay another application fee, and every little fee is going to affect their capability to pull this off. I also want to mention, that their cabin, the annex, is really very well maintained, and they're really good about keeping everything clean around the outside of the house and tidy. And it would certainly help them if they had some extra space so they didn't have to store things outside rather than have a place to put them inside. Now this idea that Dan and Hawk are talking about with the trails, I just want to mention that the Upper Hurricane Road is a very valuable public resource if it was dedicated, that section, for a public easement. Alice and I drive up to the basin regularly in the summertime, maybe a couple times a week, and that's one of our walks where we're trespassing across the Upper Hurricane Road and walk across the top of Hurricane Gully to Richmond Ridge. It's fantastic, it's beautiful, and if that segment was dedicated as an easement, it would be a valuable public resource because you get these things in pieces and you could put something together in the future. And with respect to the idea of an easement on the lower portion of Dan and Mary's property, the Bolivia, to Malika's old cabin, that's a really good idea. I'm sure you're aware of the Sterling Cooper Trail that was put in and opened to the public last year. My wife loves that trail, and she'll walk down there. Actually, she drives the bottom of the road and walks that trail, and if you keep to go to the top of the trail, it links up by Wayne Polson's cabin, and then there's an old trail that cuts across Lower Hurricane out to the South Meadow and then back towards Malika's cabin and and Dan and Mary's property. And to create this link where it's all public, instead of having to trespass the way we regularly do, would really be a public benefit. And the county has that great Sterling Cooper Trail there now, so there is the capability of creating this great loop. And I'm sure people are going to find, the general public, not just the Lanny residents, are going to find how great it is to walk that Sterling Cooper Trail. So anyway, I would encourage you to approve the requests that Dan and Mary have asked for.
Thank you. Additional public comments? Is there anyone else here for this item? Okay, please. John?
Hi, my name is John Doyle. I've been a neighbor of Dan and Mary's since the 80s as well. Just support everything they have proposed and would like to reemphasize just how simply they live on the land and how tidy they keep everything. They're definitely good stewards of the Willanny Basin. Thank you.
Thank you very much for taking the time. Okay, anyone else? Sir.
I'm John Miller, President of Castle Creek Investors, and I support Dan's and Mary's application.
Okay, thank you very much. I've been wondering what CCI was. Okay, other than Colorado Counties, Inc.
A lot of CCIs.
Okay. Any other comments? Okay, there being none, we will close the public hearing and bring it back to the board. I think we've heard some pretty exciting opportunities of what could be developed for a additional community benefit for consideration of the basement space as opposed to just crawl space, as well as vested rights. And I don't know if the board wants to try to hash through a position now or just give some general direction so that we could find both the appropriate language, give you guys time to really consider what you would be or might want to be putting on the table, and for our staff to be able to evaluate that. But we can talk for a little bit now.
Yeah, I'm a little confused on the suggestion that we have the ability to, or you would provide an access, trail access. So my question is that something that can be done immediately? Because otherwise we're making some presumptions that what might happen in the future. And I would be a little worried about granting some approvals based on what may or may not happen in the future. But if there's something that would allow better trail access now through an easement, then that's an immediate community benefit. So I'm a little unclear about how that would work.
Yeah. Again, that's part of why I was thinking we'd need maybe more time to flesh these out. I think you could have language such that should the Malika property become public open space, there is a commitment that a trail would go through. But the Hurricane Road section could be a granting of an easement today, and it would be a little bit like a sidewalk area where you're committing to build a sidewalk, you're putting in a sidewalk, even though your two neighbors on either side haven't built the sidewalk yet, you connect it in pieces as they come forward.
Well, that was my question in terms of what could be done today and what may be possible, but I'm still a little leery about granting some improvements based on a possibility down the road that may or may not happen. But if there's something that looks to be a community benefit today that you have the ability to grant, then to me that's a community benefit versus sort of wishing and supposing what may happen.
Well, I think Mary and I, we can state right now that we would grant a pedestrian access for the upper Hurricane Road across our property. And then I think as Rachel said, the Malika lower Hurricane Trail, since that's still in the development, maybe give a strong, likely recommendation that we would do that. But I'd say, we can say 100% we would go for the upper Hurricane easement right now.
And then my follow-up question, I see you may be able to answer this as well, Hawk, but so if you have an easement, access easement to the upper Hurricane Road, is that currently county part of open space, or is that another easement that needs to happen to allow people to continue?
I'm going to let Hawk speak because I think he has some knowledge of the area on this.
first of all, I donated a public trail right-of-way across the property when I owned it, immediately south of Dan and Mary's place, that leads all the way up the hill to a Pitkin County-owned mining claim, which does touch the lower Hurricane Road. I would be shaking all over I can show you on a map where that is if you're interested. So the
I just want to see how it connects, how this all connects.
yeah, it does connect, but it's very much like all of the public trail easements in the Castle Creek Valley, some of which don't connect now, but the pieces will in the future. But
Don't write on that, okay.
yeah, no. So on the pride of the south and west, there's a public trail right-of-way which switchbacks all the way up to the Daisy, which is county-owned. And it also attaches to, or touches the Forest Service adjacent to the Uncle Sam, which is county-owned, and gets you out in here. So bit by bit, we're putting together those public trail easements. If you have a commitment for this trail, for the lower Hurricane Road, that from Dan and Mary, and hate to do this to you, Dan, but I would also recommend this section here. Then you've already got a loop right here, with the exception of John Miller, who's cursing me from the back there. But it's one of those things where you're getting awfully close to it, and without putting too much weight on something that hasn't happened yet, as in the Malika. But we're working with Suzanne on the Malika to pull the cabin and on the Bolivia claim, which had previously been owned by the Moluccas.
And who is we?
Alfred Braun Hut System. So
Okay.
that I'm the manager of.
Yeah, I can see the point of wanting immediate public benefit, but we also have a circumstance in which the new house itself might not be built for 3, 5, 7 years, something like that as well. So that we're not going to see the impact of that for a period of time as well.
No, I guess I should clarify. The immediate benefit would tie into the vesting period versus what may happen with the Malika cabin, which is, wishes, but it's hard to tie that into what's currently being asked for.
Michael and then Jack?
So you're talking about a trail donation for extended vesting, is that right?
For something, I don't have any term. It could be either for extended vesting or it could be for additional square footage. It would be a community benefit that we would look at, that we've looked at as a board for some additional wishes from the property owner.
Okay, but on the table is a request for two items, which is an extended vesting and subgrade footage on the new structure. That's what they're asking for.
And the TDR.
And, TDR. So then, but in exchange for that TDR, it seems fairly clear that they're doing historic preservation. So that's sort of taken care of, in essence. So then the question is, do we delineate these benefits per the public benefits? Well, how do we do this? That's the question, it seems to me, in front of us. And, this is difficult because, it's great to have these benefits, but they're not quite linked yet, so it's difficult.
Well, that's why I was thinking that, if we're going to be proceeding, we may need to continue this, but hoping to get a direction of the board that if we can define both of those two trail sections a little more clearly, and then I think the additional square footage on the basement would still have to be tied to the historic designation, because that's where the allowance for benefits such as those flows from. Although, the rural and remote code doesn't have a extra community benefits, extra square footage type of provision, but the historic designation does, and that could be tied in there. And then the community benefits of both the two trail easements would still be consideration as part of a whole package that would include the potential extension of vested rights. But we would have to leave our staff a little more time to write this up appropriately, so and for you to consider fully as well. And I have seen language in the past that defines not the exact trail alignment, but a easement of a certain size through which a mutually agreed trail would eventually be cited, both by the Open Space and Trails Board and then you, so that we'd have some corridor where we know it would be placed, but not, that we have to go stake it today. I have just seen a lot of trails over 20 years built in bits and pieces, and you very rarely get all property owners and everything lined up at one time to be able to do it at once. So I think we could work with this, and it would be a good direction. But if that seems to be the sense of the board, to allow the applicants and staff a little more time to work on this, moving towards the goal of additional square footage in the basement and an extension of vested rights. But I will ask to clarify what type of square footage in the basement the board would be comfortable working towards and the type of time frame on vested rights. This time we'll go Jack first and come back around, because you all three have your hand up at the same time.
I've got a clarification of one of your comments. Is I'm having a hard time giving an incentive for the historic designation, but on the new building.
Well, it's one site.
Well, it's a site, but still, it's, historic designation and maintenance and preservation is on the one, and how that evolves to create a benefit in the interior or the vesting is somewhat problematic. I mean, we're almost at the point of making some leaps here that I'm not comfortable with, and I am absolutely comfortable with continuing, because I would also, though it would be conceptual, want to see a map like that with some lines on it that said this is potential where we're going to, a goal where we're going to work towards, etc. So, I'm way into evolving this with no guarantees that the final decision is made by saying we'll go here, because we need to flush this out much further.
I think that's a good point, Jack, and I think that Suzanne could then do the resource
And
to
in
let us
addition to
know
that,
very clearly if we are within bounds that the bonus FAR through historic designation must be used on the historic structure or can be used on any adjunct additional structure on the same site. So
Yeah,
she could clarify that, and we could then have some mapping that would let future boards know what we were intending with this. Michael, and then come on.
Yeah, I'm sort of with Jack on this too. The transfer of this subgrade space to the new rural remote structure makes me uncomfortable. I wouldn't have a problem if they wanted subgrade space for the cabin itself, for the annex cabin. None at all. And so, maybe they can see their way to doing that and using that as their workshop space, whatever, and use that space and not, because the rural remote really will start to creep over that limit, and we always are pushed on that. And so I'm uncomfortable with it. What I'd like to see is on the trail have a consultation with Open Space and Trails, because they have a much larger view of that whole side. And as Jack requested, to have sort of their trail network and their goals about trails and the Little Annie, and see if those coincide with any of these possible grants or easements, and then we can go ahead. So that's where I'm at. I think we should ask for further research and on these possible benefits.
Okay, George.
I just go back to, the original intent for rural remote in terms of what we were trying to do, what staff and previous boards were trying to do when they put that category into the land use code, was to protect these special areas that we felt that were significant enough to protect, that we were going to allow TDRs to be taken off of the L sites to limit that development there. But we're not. But what we're doing is we're just transferring those rights to another part of the county. So we lessen the impact on one area, which is rural remote, but we add impacts to other parts of the county. So someone gets those impacts. And I think that's important for us to remember. And as part of that agreement was to limit the size in rural remote to 1,000 square feet. So we would not see large, what may be considered large homes in areas that we wanted to preserve as special places. So I have a problem going from 1,000 feet to 2,000 square feet. I mean, even though it's subgrade, I think it sets a dangerous precedent, not only for Little Andes, but for other areas of rural remote designations. And I don't know what would happen if someone, if there's a current cabin up there, then all of a sudden that was granted 1,000 square feet, and all of a sudden they want to add subgrade another 1,000 square feet. It just continues to add up. So I think that's sort of a slippery slope to go down. I'm more comfortable in terms of looking at extension of vesting rights vis-a-vis a community benefit with access to trails and a trail network. I think that is really a community benefit for us to enjoy. So that's sort of where I'm at, looking at the trails, easements for extending vesting right, but I have an issue or problem with going from 1,000 to 2,000 square feet. I think, according to Suzanne, you're allowed that the subgrade of 5-6. Is that under the entire footprint, or is that just a portion of the footprint?
I think it could extend to the full.
So it could extend to full, and 5-6 is, in my view, I grew up in a 150-year-old home, and my crawl space was 3 feet. I mean, it was a crawl space. So 5-6, I think, you may be ducking your head, but you could certainly use that for mechanical, you can certainly use it for storage. It may not be usable for a shop or for a bedroom, but I think that is where the original intent of rural remote was, not to allow large usage and sort of get out of hand. So that's where I'm at right now.
Okay. I want to be clear, though, that I feel like they have already modified the request at the table to 500, not 1,000 square feet, and they have, you mentioned that, Dan, so I'm assuming that that's the
Okay,
case
sorry,
of what we're
I
talking
missed
about.
that.
Okay, yeah, he had said that, he realizes that 1,000 would sound large and perhaps look large, and that, it would certainly consider this as for a 500 square foot additional space, not 1,000. And I think it really is clear it cannot be used for a bedroom. It cannot be made that. You have all sorts of other fire code access issues and things like that.
You don't want to go up to Little Andy and sleep in a basement.
Yeah. Why would you do that? Why would anyone?
It'd be like a dungeon.
Okay. Rob?
I'm in agreement with, for the most part, what's been said. I'd like to see some sort of connection between the historical designation of the annex building and the basement square footage, and whether or not there could be a connection made there. It seems to me like the rural region designation, has that hard and fast limit of 1,000 feet. So I think it's a little bit of a stretch, but I'm happy to take it back and see if there is some sort of connection. I do see that the trails, although, like you said, Rachel, one section of the sidewalk, without the other sections, you don't have the full flow, but it is an advantage for getting the other sections done and finished down the road. So I do see there being a community benefit even immediately in terms of making negotiations to get the rest of the deal done. And both of those trails seem to be accessed from the other side, even though you'd have to end at the property and turn around and go back without trespassing across. But I do see that there's a connection to extending the vested rights for that sort of community benefit. The other thing that we haven't addressed, or I haven't heard addressed, is the deed restriction and the resident occupied. It's not a resident occupied. Is that not occupancy?
Yeah.
Occupancy.
To distinguish.
And it seems to me that that they would already, under the the land designation, the rural remote zone, they would already have the right to build 1,000 feet without designating it.
No, if they build a second residence and both stay occupied, it has to be deed restricted. So if they build the second residence and render the first one unusable and uninhabitable, then, but if they keep the first residence and add the second residence, it would be deed restricted, and that the language of that deed restriction is already in rural and remote.
I agree. And that's what I'm trying to say. I see the historic designate being a trade for the TDR and not having a deed restriction. I see that as being that trade there. And I don't know if...
I don't think that's in play at all. I don't think they're requesting to remove deed restriction from the annex cabin, because...
There is not a deed restriction
There's not a deed restriction now.
We had not included a requirement to deed restrict as part of the draft resolution. So that was, I think, George's suggestion was to consider that.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Adding that.
Right, because, again, just to reiterate, the TDR was for the historic designation, but I wanted to make sure that it was sort of beyond just the maintenance of that cabin. I wanted to make sure that it continues to be habitable.
Okay.
Could I clarify?
Yeah, please, Jack.
The right, okay, the exemption from GMQS, how is that occurring?
For the additional cabin? I mean, it's in this case, it's all part, well...
A lot of moving parts.
Yeah, they're kind of, it kind of all starts to overlap, I guess. But I think technically the growth management exemption addressed here was the exemption when you do a historic designation and you get 1,000 square feet. But actually, there's also this provision in rural remote that allows you the 1,000 square feet without a historic designation. So it's kind of a different scenario there. But there is a growth management exemption in that circumstance also.
So that deed restriction is an additional community benefit, potentially. So I really agree with where we might be leaning, because I'm not speaking for anyone, about continuing this and evolve this with the things that, we've said and Rachel has helped clarify and bring us along. I don't know how much further we're going to be able to go on this, because at this point I can't commit to any of this without the things that we've said, but we ought to have clear understanding of what what's being asked, what's the community benefit. We have our threshold, which is the application, and then where we're going to go to get beyond staff's recommendation if it does happen concerning subgrade space and vesting. To me, those are the only real issues. The other things, work into place according to the code and, what's allowed in the zone district. So.
Okay. Board, let me hazard a guess here. We've been discussing this for about an hour and 45 minutes. And I think we've all seen that there needs to be additional work to potentially get more to the application that you would like. We could maybe move forward today and just approve what staff has recommended and say that's it, and close the book, or we could put a little more time forward and see if we can reach a better solution. We have the rural and remote zoning, which allows for the new 1,000 square foot cabin, just as a simple activity. We have the historic designation, which allows for the TDR and or other benefits on top of that. We then have some requests for things that are above and beyond the board of what a traditional rural remote cabin would get. And those are the extended vesting and the potential square footage in a larger basement. We, on top of that, then have some additional community benefits that may be added to this application in exchange for things to consider, such as extended vesting, that are normally out of the range of just a standard application that just hits the requirements of the code. those potential items for our staff and you to discuss include deed restriction of the cabin and potential trail easement dedications to Pickens County. And there may be something else from either talking to Suzanne, Reed, or our staff. Our board has asked that if it comes back to us, we have some feedback from Open Space and Trails related to how these easements would mesh and be of benefit to the community. And we would need then to evaluate that new proposal. I think you've heard a certain hesitancy to creating additional square footage in rural and remote cabins, yet also some openness if there is enough clarity of what have been the requirements that make this unique, that make this not something, and I think historic designation certainly has a part of that, because other sites up there don't have existing cabins and they're just older sites. But we would want to understand the relationship this might have to other applications. Have we made it unique enough that it's not precedential? And is it, or could we expect to see a bunch of kind of new building plans coming in from older new cabins that have been built, asking to lift them up and put this sort of same size square footage underneath them? And so we would like your evaluation based on the history of rural and remote with Cindy Hubin of the intentions, the desires, and then weigh in on those, the magnitude of those going forward. I think it would be safe to say, let me take a guess here, that to the extent we're considering basement space, we would not consider anything larger than 500 square feet that has been put forward, and we would, again, just evaluate it at a later date and continue it and give you guys time to work on this. Does that make sense? Do we think we've summed it up?
I think you did a good job, Rachel.
Okay, if there's anything else, we could add it later, but otherwise, I would entertain a motion to continue this. And do we need a date certain? Okay, this sounds a little complicated to get people together, so I'm going to say at least a month to come back, and then we can continue again if you need more time to continue developing it from here. So what would a date a month from now be?
Right behind you.
Okay.
The meetings.
What are the June dates?
June 8th is a month from now? Yeah. June 8th, and we can continue again if needed. That's not a problem at all.
I'd like to make that motion with that date certain.
Second.
Okay?
And may I make a quick
Please.
statement?
Thanks, everyone, for coming in.
You all can understand, I'm sure, some of the difficulty that we have, but it's very important for us as a board to administer the code in a fair and equitable way, not only for long-term locals, but people who come from out of town, buy a piece of property, and then want to apply. So that's why we're struggling here. I mean, we obviously respect and appreciate our long-term locals, but we have to apply the code very equally and fairly. So work hard.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much. Any further discussion? All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Thank you. And thanks everyone else. We will take a 10-minute break and reconvene at 2:30.
Okay, this is one I'm saving.
Grassroots TV is ready, and we are now reconvening the regular meeting of the Pickens County Commissioners on Wednesday, May 11th. It's about 2:35 in the afternoon, and we are going to hear the Le Chamonix Activity Envelope Site Plan and Special Review for Stream Bank Restoration. Mike Kramer, please take it away.
Okay, thank you.
Oh, Michael?
Can I just speak? I just talked to John Ely, and because I had some concerns, because one of the owners at Chamonix, who's present at this time, Rick Jones, is essentially a cousin of mine. And I just wanted to make sure that there's no conflict of interest, and John informed me that there wasn't. So...
Just want to get it on the record.
So the hand signs that I intend to be making mean nothing, right?
And no Christmas gift.
Yeah.
So I just wanted all the witness test the Christmas gift.
Okay. Well,
Thanks
thank
for clarifying.
Yeah, thanks for putting that on the record, Michael. We appreciate that. And now we will have Mike Kramer take it away.
Okay, thank you. The applicant is the Chamonix Homeowners Association, and they're represented by Glenn Horn next to me. And it's 1501 Maroon Creek Road. And just to add on what the title of this application is, it's activity envelope site plan review for bank stabilization work, and then also a expansion of a legally non-conforming structure with significant changes. And the reason the Board of County Commissioners is reviewing this is twofold. One is because that this is a legal non-conforming structure, and I think what might be best to explain why it's legal non-conforming is if you look at that map on page 1. This is like one of the few multi-family housing complexes in the county. And it was built in the mid-'60s, and we had zoning that accommodated that use then. And today, obviously, we don't. This is zoned AR10 and is now considered legal non-conforming. So it's a legal non-conforming use based on the number of dwelling units on the property. And then secondly, it's also non-conforming because Maroon Creek Road is considered a major road in our land use code. It has a 100-foot setback from the right-of-way line. And then thirdly, there's also a side yard setback on this lot that the structure and the retaining wall that's a subject of this application resides within too. So that's the legal non-conforming part. The second reason the board's reviewing this is because the applicant is requesting work within the 100-foot stream side setback, and the stream side setback is the Maroon Creek setback. And if some of the board members remember, east of Aspen, we had a land use code amendment where there was a proposal to do river restoration work, and obviously we have a 100-foot setback from rivers and streams, and we had an applicant come in and actually amend the code for restoration work. And this actually isn't restoration work in the sense of channel work like east of Aspen, but with that code amendment change, we encompass bank stabilization too. And that's what this project is for. This is for the bank of Maroon Creek. So it was twofold for the reason why the board's reviewing this. So the applicant will be proposing work to remove an existing timber frame retaining wall that provides support to the top of the slope for the Chamonix complex. And basically what's happening is that they're tearing out the wooden wall, as you can see with the model. And actually, it's better if we get up and just show it. The Chamonix complex. The Chamonix complex, obviously right here, units 1 through 12, and the existing timber frame wall that just encompasses the top of the slope and basically holds the top of the slope together. They want to remove that because it's failing, and it's quite evident it's failing too. It's been there for a long time. And they want to remove it and then slightly expand it to about 6 to 12 inches into the 100-foot Maroon Creek Road setback. And then also within the 100-foot streamside setback too, so there's competing setbacks on the lot. And with this, they're asking to do some lane closures of Maroon Creek Road, and that is actually a process that goes through Public Works through a right-of-way permit. And they're also asking to revegetate some steep slopes leading down to Maroon Creek, which also encompasses some tree mitigation that's going to be required. They have to take out some trees to get access to the site, and Glenn can speak more to the construction management plan, which is kind of unique because they want to actually use this front area of Maroon Creek, or of the Chamonix complex to stage, and then have this device swing over, and they'll hover over and build a wall from that way. But they've got guys here to talk about that. The applicants also had some other consent that was needed. One is they wanted to, while construction was going on, obviously do the lane closures, which would require a right-of-way permit, but also park residents at Highlands parking lot, which is right across the street from the complex here. And they provided a letter within the application saying that's okay from the Highlands ski area manager. And I think that's it. We have staff comments to all the standards that are applicable. You see a lot of it talks about river restoration, and that's the applicable board review. A lot of it was not applicable because they're not in the channel, and this is bank stabilization. So if there's any questions, I can...
Yeah, I have 3 questions to kind of kick it off. When you say bank stabilization, how much further down the slope towards the river is the bank stabilization going to occur? Is it just, again, fairly immediately behind the project, or is the stabilization going closer to the river's edge?
From what the applicants stated, it would be about 6 to 12 inches further into the setback of the river. And as far as the depth of it, we can let them answer that one.
Okay, well, I'll kind of want something illustrative on that or understanding that. The second is you mentioned a permit for Maroon Creek Road, and I'm just trying to recollect that when the city annexed the Highlands subdivision, they annexed at least portions of Maroon Creek Road or not? And is that potentially actually a city permit that is needed for work in the roadway, not the county public works?
I believe this portion is county. We'll obviously check that.
Yeah, okay. I just want to verify that because I had thought that there was a lot of negotiation between the county and the city at that time about you can't just annex Highland and not take the road maintenance responsibility. So we need to kind of double check on that. And then issues such as any debris that may tumble down from the construction activity or disturbance to the bank unnecessarily, outside of the construction zone, that would all be dealt with in the construction management plan as opposed to during this application.
Correct. We're going to review that construction management plan and then also the erosion control plan, which would address best management practices, and we don't want sediment in the river and they have to catch it somehow.
Yeah, or just any construction splinters, so to speak. Okay, those are my 3 to kind of start us off. Other board questions? George?
Mike, on the lane closure, have you discussed when that might be, the time frame, and how that may impact the summer Maroon Creek bus system and traffic going up and down?
That's a good point. We haven't had those detailed discussions yet, and typically that's reserved for Public Works when they deal with a right-of-way permit for a lane closure. I'm not sure if Glenn's asking for a complete closure of Maroon Creek Road or maybe just a 1 lane to still allow traffic and people to get up and down the road, but we can certainly address that today.
Yeah, because my question would be, even if it's a 1 lane closure, if it's during the main summer season where you've got raft of buses going up and down, how that might impact that.
Yeah, that's a great point, George. And the other thing I'm thinking is how would it mesh with some of the special permits that are coming forward this summer for like the Quiznos bike race? And we need an additional requirement that we wouldn't traditionally have to require some street sweeping before that event and things like that to make sure that roadway is really fully cleared off. So, other questions from the board? Jack? And then Rob?
Yeah, I would, in the presentation, I'd like to know the timeline, because I read it somewhere and I can't pull it up again, so I'd like that. And I guess from staff, I'd like to know if staff considers this a health and safety improvement.
I would think that without reconstruction of this wall, there would be a hazard on the site. I'd consider this a health and safety improvement.
Okay. Rob?
I know that there are probably very good and strong measures regarding oversight of this project, but can you explain a little bit what the process is for something like this to make sure that there aren't things that are flowing into the river, that the wall is being maintained properly? How often is staff going out there and checking on this project and making sure safety and river concerns are being looked after.
As far as county safety concerns, we require construction management plans, as I stated before. And what happens is that at building permit submittal, which this would be required to go through, we would have them show us staging areas where people are parking, making sure they're not blocking the road. We make sure there's adequate space for work. We would make sure that as far as erosion and sediment falling from the construction site, that doesn't go on to an adjacent property, or in this case, down to Maroon Creek. We almost always require best management practices for that. So that would come in the form of like silt fencing, straw bales to make sure that we're not dumping things into the river. We require that if anything would go outside the activity envelope, we would require that would get cleaned up because it is on a steep slope and gravity would probably play into it. So those are the county things we would require.
And how often will our inspectors go out on the process?
Catherine Berg, the planning engineer, always does a pre-inspection site visit before an earth-moving permit or a building permit is submitted. As far as inspections of the site, that would then come under the purview of the building department for the building permit for the retaining walls. And I'm not sure how often they would go out and make sure things were going appropriately, but it would require inspections.
And would that also then be our code enforcement officer attending to that as well?
We can go out as often as we're directed or as we feel necessary.
I guess part of what I'm alluding to is that there seems like an excessive hazard here that might require additional beyond standard practice in a...
Yeah. Thank you.
And if we get complaints too, we do have a code enforcement officer that goes out and investigates complaints too.
Thank you. It seems to be all the board questions of staff at this time. Glenn, do you want to take it away?
Sure, thanks. My name is Glenn Horn, for the record, and I gave Mike our affidavit of public notice. Everyone's been noticed, and I want to introduce Rick Jones, who's president of the association, and our contractors here as well. Thunder Construction is going to do this, so if there's any question that I can't answer about the construction, Monty Thompson, the contractor, can respond.
Okay.
I think Mike accurately summarized all of the aspects of this project that are affected by the regulations with nonconformity. He's got that all right. I do want to make one correction, and this is really important, is we're not going to remove these railroad-tied timber walls that are back there. Monty worked with the geotechs and the different techniques that are involved to stabilize this slope back there, and they've come up with an idea where they're just going to use the crane and hang a basket and a drilling rig over the building. That's why the crane is so big, and that's why we have to have some occasional closures of the north side of Maroon Creek Road. It's because they're going to suspend over the building so that there's minimal amount of actual disruption to the ground on the other side, because it's so steep back there, it's really dangerous to be working. So they want to work as much as possible in this basket off the crane. And those walls are going to stay just the way they are, and they're going to soil nail right through the tie walls. They don't have to remove them, because removing them would be very difficult and dangerous, and that could destabilize the buildings. So that was a really good thing that the geotechs and Monty came up with in terms of how to do this construction. And they'll soil nail, and then they'll put like a metal screen over the tie walls, and then they're going to put shotcrete on top of that. So that's where they're extending the nonconformity, because there's going to be probably anywhere from 6 inches to 2 feet extension of the walls back there. But we're trying not to disturb the ground, as little ground disturbance as possible. Plus, if you look at, it's interesting, attachment 3 in my application, in the back of that, this is done by CTL Thompson, there are pictures of all the walls behind each unit. And the way this building goes, over here is unit 12, that's on the down valley side, and then here's unit 1. And the model is fantastic. You can see all the walls, and then look at those pictures and see the conditions of the walls. And some are better than others, but with this crane coming around like this, they're going to suspend back there, shotcrete those walls, and there'll be minimal disruption to the bank, but it will stabilize the bank, because what we're worried about is shifting of these buildings, shifting of the retaining walls, and stuff falling down into the creek bottom. So that's the general plan, and we've gotten the variances that we need from the Board of Adjustment to extend these walls into the setbacks. Anyway, it's minimal. No one's ever going to know what's going on back here except seeing the crane in the front. And Monty's prepared the construction management plan, so they'll follow the best management practices where they put the silt fencing, the straw bales in the back, and also, they're going to have safety mechanisms for workers, because if you tumble here, you could go all the way down to the creek. So it's going to be a very carefully managed project from the contractor standpoint because of the safety involved for the workers. And overall, the benefits to the stream bank and to the owners of the Chamonix, it will be significant. And this is a big deal for these 12 owners. It's going to cost them a lot of money, and these are not really very high-end second homes or anything, so they're looking at special assessments. It's very challenging for everybody that lives here, so it's quite a project. As far as the time frame, Monty was supposed to be out there on May 1st, but that was the plan. That's what we said in the application.
I let the soil dry out a little bit.
So we're worried about the conditions. As soon as it gets dry, we're on for the earth moving permit as soon as possible, as soon as we're done. And the plan is to get out there as soon as we can to get this done. I don't think it's going to take very long once they start, but we will have to manage any conflicts with the Maroon Creek bus. There are going to have to be traffic control guys. Fortunately, the bus is, it's not like on very short headways. The bus doesn't come by that often, so it can be managed. We're going to have to be careful about probably the bicycle traffic will be the biggest thing, and just make sure that when the crane's swinging around that everybody's safe.
Yeah.
But we've read all the conditions. They're all acceptable. I do want to point out that some of these retaining walls are taller than what the guidelines say in the code. I think you're limited to, is it 7 feet for a retaining wall? But those are guidelines, and we're not going to make the walls any taller. They're just going to extend further out from where they are today towards the creek and away from the building because of the shotcrete and the fencing. But the conditions are all fine. Everything's acceptable to the applicant.
Thank you for that. Board members, any questions for the applicants? George?
So, Glenn, what would be the sort of the optimal time frame? 1 month, 2 months? Or Monty?
We probably 2.5 months would be the minimum, just because we have to restage. We were trying to do it as the front side, one half of it we're going to get from this side, and then restage up for the other half. The worst case scenario is if the drilling's going longer than what we take, or have any issues with it, is we have to be done by November 1st, because here comes ski season for one. But we think it's probably somewhere between 2 and 4 months, or 2.5 to 4 months. I think 2.5 is about the minimum the subcontractor thought he could do.
Other board questions? Michael?
This is for Monty. Monty, so you're putting nails into the soil, and they're surrounded by grout. Is that what happened?
Right.
And then they go to the area outside the existing cribbing, and there's netting or mesh and material there, and then that's sprayed. Is that, but if you leave those timbers in there, they're essentially going to rot. So you have a void in there of some sort at some point, right?
Yeah, the geotech, John Metham CTL, wasn't concerned about that too much, in the fact that the whole idea is to stabilize through that. We talked several ways of trying to take it out and replace them. Just really one, cost prohibitive, and too dangerous to do, as Glenn mentioned. So in the soil nailing, it will be tight to the walls, to the wood. And as they deteriorate over 20, 30, 40, 50 years, really, that the actual mass of the wood comes down. Probably be some slight amount of settling, but not a lot. We don't feel that. They didn't feel there's any kind of a structural issue whatsoever, because the real structure will be the nails and the mesh with the shotcrete on it.
So the nails go in and they attach to a wall on the outside, and that's where the stabilization occurs. So if there's a void in between there, that's okay with the engineers?
Yes.
Additional questions on this? Okay, Jack?
As far as the trees, spent some time here and saying we have to do further analysis when you can get back there and determine what trees to be moved in order to do the construction. And that hasn't been determined, and that'd be, I guess, part of pulling your permit. But where will the mitigation be, the new trees, when it's all said and done, when that phase comes on?
Well, we hired an arborist and also a landscape architect to talk about how to do their re-veg, and there's going to be a full re-veg on the banks in the back. It's hard to get stuff to grow because you're underneath conifers. So we're going to do, Shannon Murphy's prescribed the mix of seed that we should use to try to get things to grow. And we're going to try to keep as many of the conifers back there as we can, because they're helping to stabilize the bank. But you can see in the picture, some of them are coming right out, they were growing right out of the retaining walls. And also, we're going to have to do some trimming of the branches to hang the basket over, just to maneuver back there. So what we're going to have to do is take note of any large trees that are accidentally damaged or have to be removed. And then the county requirements will call for the replacement of the breast height, diameter 6 inches around. So we'll be doing some planning probably on the bank back there with smaller trees to compensate for any loss that we have. But the trees are an ally back there for the stabilization. We don't want to lose them, and we want to minimize the loss.
Okay. And so any excess trees that you could not plant on site, is that kind of where you're getting at, Jack? Because you only have so much, and I'm sure you don't want it to become an unnaturally revegetated area on the lower slope of the trees.
We're not going to lose many. We think that we can do a lot with pruning, and the pruning will actually be good because it may open up some sun to some of these units in the back, so they can get the basket in there without damaging the branches. And there are places where they can put some trees in the back and in the front. We don't think we're going to lose enough that we have to go off-site.
Super.
Yeah.
Oh, Jack, you have some more?
It's been maybe 30 years since I've been on a construction project that did shotcrete, etc. And Rachel mentioned this, but I'm going to just focus on the shotcrete. Current techniques in using that type of material, it can be controlled. I know it comes out pretty thick because it has to stick, so it's not a liquid, but it's pretty sloppy also. So, somewhat fluid, as it were, because that's how you shoot it. You have bales and all that at the bottom. I think all of us would be concerned about materials getting in the river. How can you contain a pretty liquid material?
Well, one thing about feedback, the properties is shotcrete is not like concrete. Shotcrete is made to be put in a vertical, so it comes in a lot drier mix. And the mesh has a tendency to really grab it. The last thing you want is the shotcrete to settle down, and you don't have shotcrete anymore because it's the stabilizing wall that we'll come up with. The other thing, what we're planning on doing is, with the crane, is drilling a safety fence, chain link fence at the 830 line all the way down across there, as we get it across. Completely down the side, and then we're going to put silt fencing, logs, everything else to capture anything that could possibly be there, including bodies rolling down the hill. Which will, when we're done with it, and we're going to drill those with machines that we do, limited people on the slope. One for safety, two for disturbance to the steep slopes. And then in the end, we just pull those right out after we clean it up. And if, we'll have people monitoring. If anything looks like it's moving or getting past here, we'll clean it up immediately.
And will there be notification of staff if you had an event, quote unquote?
Absolutely.
To say, hey, it's a cooperative effort. My experience being on another board, the contractors made some mistakes, and I'm certainly not inferring that will happen, but could happen, and they try to cover it up. So we want absolute transparency and understanding of what's going on, whether it's the owners, contractor, and staff. We've got to work really close together, because as the site plan shows, when you look at what's 45-degree slopes, it's all, all that pink in here, whatever one of this is. So it's a very, very challenging site.
Rob?
Yeah, first question is just a technical term that I didn't catch. I don't understand. 830 line?
Oh, it's a topo line. If you look at the lines, we try to pick an 830 line.
8300?
Yeah.
Elevation.
An elevation line.
So what we're trying to do is come down and work our way through the trees. It'll probably be like 15 to 20 feet below the bottom of the walls, because we're not trying to disturb anything there. And that way we're keeping it up really high away from everything. So that's our buffer right there. And then we have the ability to crane, if something big gets to reach down the basket and grab it. And that'll be done on a daily basis.
Okay, I just didn't know that term. One of my questions is, it looks like in some of these deck photos that there's little storage spaces used underneath, and some storage materials, and it looks to me like a playground for a kid if I were living there. So going to give you anything done to restrict access to this area in terms of safety for this new structure, and not allow kids climbing on the back wall back there?
Zip lines, there is restrictions on both ends of the building.
Okay.
Yeah, the pictures that were taken, that was before the board did a walkthrough and saw people storing things under their deck. So most of that's been cleaned up. Some of it we couldn't get to because it was late fall. And so that should all be removed. It's not our intent to say you can't be out on your deck, but people are not supposed to be out off the deck anyway in the back.
And this is clearly not intended to create any additional habitable area in terms of these platforms on top of the wall.
I had two questions, and it's not, an issue, but I was just wondering, it does look also from the photos that some of those railroad ties are pretty rotty and may need to be replaced already. Is there going to be any replacement of that, or just this whole wall process will take care of that?
Yeah, the wall will take care of it, and the problem is in replacing it, it's so
messes everything up
as it is, that, we went through a lot of different designs and head scratching to try to figure out how to just even save the slope, and by doing the soil nailing, it came out to be the best, and really actually the less disruptive to the natural environment.
Okay, and then the second is just a comment more for our staff in preparing that construction management plan. But, in looking at the site with the aerial, I think you really have some great opportunities to work with Highland Ski Area to require the construction parking to be off-site. I mean, this is already so tight by that road, and if we're having a road closure, a little bit of the appearance as well as, the bicyclers going by and things like that, but I would hate to see a staging, and I don't know if even the homeowners are going to need to have some temporary parking across the street. I'll leave that for the evaluation of the construction management plan, but I have been there at times when other things were being done, and you could just see it really crowding out to the road. Glenn, you want to respond?
Yeah. Mike mentioned we already have a letter agreement with the mountain manager to use the structure for parking for that purpose.
Okay.
So we envision all the homeowners to park over there, and then there may have to be some overflow parking for workers and stuff. But that's already, there's letters in the application consenting to that.
Okay, and so we'll just confirm that with the construction management plan as well. Monty?
Also, it's a little bit different about this site. It's not like building the whole complex. this is a very limited construction crew for this. A crane operator, 2 people in the baskets, OSHA people, and our crew staffers. So it's not like hundreds of people, plumbers, electricians, and all that kind of stuff going on. So that's another aspect about it.
And then it'll be a big, like a cement truck for the concrete, working with the basket, or does it come in the?
Yeah, it comes in, and then the trucks will come up and load up the pumper, and that's it.
Great. This is a public hearing. Is there any member of the public here to comment on the Chamonix activity envelope and site plan? I don't see any members of the public, but Lance, if you'd like to comment.
Just your question, Rachel, which was one I had also that wasn't answered, and that was how far down the slope would there be disturbance beyond what already is disturbed by the railroad tie walls?
Once it's completed, if it's a completed project.
We have an activity envelope in here that we're going to adhere to that is the limits of disturbances on the activity envelope plan. And I'm looking for the attachment. It's attachment number 10. And it delineates the activity envelope, which is the limits of disturbance. And as Monty said, it's around 8,300. But it's clearly shown on the plan, the limits of all our disturbance.
Is that the dotted line?
Yes, the dash line. I have a full-size one that will be recorded. Yeah.
I just wondered, if today it's at 8,400, it's now going to be 8,200, I mean, is there 200 additional?
It's about 30 feet vertically below the existing walls. And we're not planning any permanent disturbance, but there may be temporary disturbance there.
The permanent disturbance, how far down?
Oh,
bottom of the wall.
Bottom of the wall.
Bottom of the wall. That was
pretty much.
Okay, bottom of the wall, and then the re-veg plan for that going down 30 feet is all in there. So if we damage any of the vegetation, it'll be re-veg.
Okay. And what do you do for the foundation of the new wall? I mean, how do you?
Even at the bottom?
At the bottom of the new wall. What is?
There really isn't. It's the real structure isn't a vertical loading. It's a horizontal pulling loading. So what happens, the nails are going back 25 feet into the soil, and what it does, it kind of makes just like this holding it. So there's not a lot of vertical pressure coming down.
Okay.
It's just more of a lateral pressure. There's no footer. There's no, it'll just be the bottom of the shotcrete and the nails.
Okay. Thank you for that. Let me close the public hearing. Again, just you're not to know you're here for Dave. Thank you. We have closed the public hearing on this. Back to the board. Michael?
Just a note from Monty on your management plan letter. You refer to the Chamonix. You refer to the Chamonix as a condom.
That was the old days of that.
I inserted that.
That all has basis on our contract.
I looked up condom complex, and it's not what you're talking about.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you for that, Michael. Are there any other board questions, comments, or motions?
Well, I would like to, under the resolution, I think it may fall under item number 6, under the now therefores. And I guess one's a question and one's sort of a comment. When you, applicant shall obtain a right-of-way permit from Maroon Creek Road closures, I'm assuming, Mike, that you have the sheriff involved, you have the Forest Service involved, you have RAFTA involved in terms of notification and input.
We'll make sure of that.
Okay, and then I would like to follow up with Rachel's suggestion that on a daily basis, after work has been completed, that section of that road is cleared of any gravel and debris because people are riding up and down after work and they don't want to have any surprises. So I think that needs to be done on a daily basis.
Okay. Michael?
Well, and the other concern that was voiced here was the special events, and so we have to have that this does not interfere with special events.
Yeah, there may have to be some closures of the site during those days.
That might not occur, but it just cannot. I'm not going to talk to the Quiznos people about how we approve this and how should we have done this.
Yeah.
You have other events, you have Race for the Cure, you've got the Aspen Triathlon, and who knows what else is on the table.
Okay. A lot of those are weekend days, so we'll be good that way, but some, the Quiznos in particular, I think is midweek. Monty, you had a comment to that?
The road closures will be on a limited basis, only as a needed basis only. We feel we can probably do most of them on there, but if we do, it won't be for like duration of the project, for sure.
Okay.
And it is a wider part of Maroon Creek Road right in there, so it's, it's not like I think we'll have that much of an issue, but we just want to, if we needed it, want to leave.
May I clarify on that?
Okay, Jack.
So it doesn't mean the road would be totally closed. It would be when you go to shoot the creek, you're going to have a concrete truck and the pump, and so, okay, you have activity then, not going to just close it for the duration of the day from 7 to 5 or something.
Right.
Am I? Okay.
And they're trying to look to a one-lane closure, not a full road closure.
There would never be a full
No, never a full road closure, so it'd just be more a little bit of detour traffic. But I think that we really have to have special sensitivity to the Quizno race and coordination there, and again, that just may be a day you can't work or something like that. So we'll just have to see what that coordination ends up being. Okay. Is there a motion? Oh, Mike, you had some comments first.
Yeah, I neglected to add a recital about the variance the applicant received from the Board of Adjustment, and I would propose that we add a recital cross-referencing the Board of Adjustment resolutions too. And I don't know what those are, but we'll put them in there.
Okay. So is there a motion to approve the resolution adding the recitals to come from the Board of Adjustment and noting a number 10, that special consideration of sweeping of debris for bicycle traffic and coordination with any special events on Maroon Creek Road will occur?
And I'd like to... I'm sorry. I mean, I don't want coordination. I want no interference.
Okay. Special coordination to ensure no interference with these special events.
Yeah. I don't want this, I don't want a debate going on.
Yeah.
The special events take precedence over this construction.
Okay. So is there a motion to that effect, and then we could add to it later, but let's get the motion on the floor.
Yeah, I'll make that motion as articulated.
And is there a second?
I'd second.
Okay. Jack, and we'll have any other further discussion?
Yeah, maybe one additional word as far as a clarification. Item number 6, at the last sentence that says restoration of the timber retaining wall will improve the function and appearance. I wonder if we, because this is very much a health and safety issue, we could say will improve the function, safety, and appearance.
That should be accepted as a friendly amendment, so that's fine. Other,
Michael, you okay?
Yeah, I'm not sure that I agree with the appearance, but...
Well, and I would even care to get rid of appearance.
Appearance out and have function and safety.
Yeah, that's really what the point is.
That was my original...
So it will be function and safety?
correct. Thank you. All right, if there's no further discussion, we can vote on the motion. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you very much for a very thorough application. And we should go with that. Okay, we now come to our emergency ordinance confirmation extension of building permits. Let's just move the Chamonix away.
Mike, you want to give this to Glenn?
Yeah, I'll give mine back too. Sometimes you just don't need to keep these all.
Thanks, everybody.
Been starting to build over in your house.
Got to stamp that accepts.
Yeah.
Kind of organized.
Some are like looking issues that make it back, and then others are closed out that we want to assure
Yeah, well,
in that
it's,
way.
kind of average out.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, you are.
Okay.
I'm trying to do that.
Let them through.
All right. folks, here we are. We're going to lead off this discussion item. We already had first reading of this emergency ordinance. This is the confirmatory reading. We have discussed the matter as well during a work session, so we are just proceeding from here. Lance, any?
That is correct. This is a second reading, confirmatory reading of an emergency ordinance that extends the expiration of certain building permits that expire between January 1st, 2011 and August 31st, 2011. This is somewhat of a mirror ordinance to an ordinance that was passed for certain building permits that expired in 2010. It granted a extension to further building permits that were expiring. The difference in this ordinance from the one that you did in 2010 is there were some specific criteria for an extension that was determined by the board were important. One of those was that anyone who would like to take advantage of this extension in the 2011 ordinance must request an extension in writing from the chief building official so that we can determine if indeed it is a valid request for an extension. And we also said that no permit that has expired will be allowed to be reinstated without review and compliance with all current land use codes and standards. In other words, someone that was vested with a land use approval that was several years old and had a building permit that expired under that previous land use code approval, that permit would not be allowed to go forward without meeting current land use code standards. And then the third criterion that we added was that for us to go through this process to determine if a permit indeed qualified for the extension and if it were compliant with current codes, that there would be a $500 administrative fee to reinstate that permit. This was adopted on first reading as an emergency on the 13th of April, and this is a confirmatory public hearing today.
Lance, let me ask, has anyone come in under the emergency provision?
Yes. Rob wanted us to come back with a regular report, which we'll do every time that I remember, and I'm in front of you. I'll do that at the end of the meeting. But we have, under the new emergency ordinance, which was adopted April 13th, we have had one major remodel, a $4 million valuation, which had expired, had actually taken their permit home. They brought it back, paid us $500. We reviewed it to see that it was compliant with codes. They took that permit and they're on their way. So we already have one since April 13th that has taken advantage of it. And just so you know that under the 2010 permit extension, we've had 3 large homes that have taken advantage of that. An $8 million valuation for a 12,000 square foot, a $5 million valuation for an 8,000 square foot house, and a $2 million valuation for another 8,000 square foot house. There were 3 large homes that had permits that expired in 2000 did come in and are reinstating those under that previous ordinance.
Thank you for the update on that. George?
Lance, this one that just came in under the 2011, this new one that you took, they had to pay an application fee, a reapplication fee of $500. How were you able to do that if we haven't approved this on second reading yet?
No, it was adopted by emergency. It was effective April 13th.
Oh, it was?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, I'm sorry, I'm a little confused then.
An emergency ordinance can take effect almost immediately, and that's why you have to do some things as an emergency ordinance. And we were doing that particularly to take advantage of the building season so far. The confirmatory reason keeps it in effect.
Okay.
If there were some reason we did not pass it today, then it would go away, but the one guy who got in the window would be legit.
Okay, great.
Thank you, Jack.
Question, Lance. As far as item number 2, what's the part that's underlined and/or mitigation is required of the code? Was that in the emergency, or was that clarification
You added
from that?
At that adoption hearing, There was suggested amendment, and we made that amendment. I just wanted to point it out to you that that was the language that we amended.
Yeah, and I appreciate that.
That's how it was adopted, with
Yeah.
this language.
I appreciate that because it kind of tickles the brain that we added that at that meeting. And obviously, after we went through Monday, is that relevant in mitigation?
Well, the reason was that the way it read before was avoidance of constrained areas, and that made it sound as if one had to totally avoid constrained areas, but we know that the code allows development in constrained areas under certain conditions, and this just makes it clear that what we're talking about is you have to meet code.
Yes, exactly. Thank you.
Thank you. Bob, you have a question?
I just want to be clear that, again, in number 2, that the big difference between this emergency ordinance and the emergency ordinance that was passed in 2010 is that except for the time period, any applicant that wants to take advantage of this emergency ordinance has to come up to the new land use code, and that's the difference.
That is correct.
Yeah.
And I think you had given us some numbers before that's the majority of the permits out there do come up to the current code, and even older ones would fly by. It primarily is going to be TDRs to exceed 5750.
That's right. There would just be one or two that are affected.
Okay, thank you. If there's no other board questions, I will open the public hearing. I think we have some people here for that, and take some comments. So just identify yourself for the public record, and we'll consider what you have to say.
Thanks, Rachel. David Myler. I'm here on behalf of Dan Coleman, who's sitting next to me, who is the manager of 800 Buttermilk Lane Landowner LLC. This is an entity whose name you might remember. They submitted a letter in connection with the first reading on this particular ordinance. And basically, we're here to talk to you about the provision that is different between this ordinance and Ordinance 10 of 16, and as it affects Mr. Coleman's property, and to ask you to consider a couple of alternative amendments that might address his particular circumstance. I'm not sure if it will address anybody else's or not. But as stated in the recitals of the ordinance under consideration, I'm not sure what number it is, but it doesn't matter, as well as Ordinance 10 or 16 of 2010, it seems quite clear that these ordinances are both driven by a desire by the board, a desire that is much appreciated by many people, to grant some relief from the processing requirements for landowners and contractors and builders who have had their projects delayed as a result of the Great Recession. Unfortunately, Mr. Coleman finds himself in a situation where he certainly qualifies for relief by having been the victim of economic uncertainty, but unfortunately he's facing requirements in this new ordinance that completely undermine, if not eliminate, the benefits of the extension. And I can explain that in not too many words. Despite Mr. Coleman's diligent efforts to attempt to obtain a permit, like many others, he was delayed in some part because of uncertainties relating to the ability to get construction financing, and also connected to that, the fact that in his case, he was going to have to put up $150,000 worth of fees and tear down the house just in order to get the permit. So the recession kind of conspired to delay the issuance of a building permit until the point in time when the building department decided that the permit application had expired. This determination was made in January of this year without any advance warning, without any notice, and we think incorrectly. To make matters worse, the determination that the application had expired was made some 20 days too late for Mr. Coleman to be eligible for the extension provided for in the previous ordinance, Ordinance 16 of 2010. And as we've already alluded to, the new ordinance, of which he would certainly be eligible to participate in imposes requirements of complying with code provisions that would not apply if his permit had not been determined to have expired on the date that it did. Those particular requirements are going to add an enormous cost to his particular project, making the benefits of the extension basically meaningless. The costs don't outweigh the benefits that he would achieve from the extension. So we're here to ask you to consider a couple of amendments to the particular regulation, or the ordinance that you adopted on first reading. The first would be to simply eliminate Condition 2, which requires compliance with code provisions. As a public policy matter, and certainly this is going to benefit Mr. Coleman in his project, but I think as a general public policy matter, looking at this more broadly, we're not quite sure why that condition is required. If, in fact, you're really trying to provide an opportunity for an extended period of time to obtain a permit in order to respond to hardship caused by a recession, which is beyond the control of any of these applicants, we're not sure why you would impose conditions which eliminate the benefits of that extension. In other words, why would you address one hardship by creating another? So we think that simply eliminating Condition 2 would allow Mr. Coleman to proceed as would have been the case had his application been denied in 2010 or expired in 2010, is a better word. The second alternative would be simply to extend the period of eligibility for Ordinance 16 of 10 by, say, 30 days. He would then qualify because his permit was deemed to be expired, I think, on, was it the 26th of January or some particular, or some day in January. It might have been a little bit before that. And in considering these changes, I would like you to keep in mind that they obviously benefit Mr. Coleman because he's able to proceed with his application without having to incur what will be extreme cost in complying with code requirements that took effect after after his vesting expired. On the other hand, because of the nature of his project, he's going to have to pay the county about $150,000 in fees. If he doesn't get his permit application extended, the project may be abandoned and that fee income could be lost. We would also ask you, under either of these alternatives, to give a property owner 6 months from today, as opposed to August 31. And this is primarily because of the time between the first of the year and now that we've been involved in this process of trying to discuss with you an additional extension. But anyway, to give the property owner an additional 6 months from today to complete the permitting process. In Mr. Coleman's case, that's going to involve the demolition of an existing house in addition to satisfying whatever other requirements the building department has, and we think we're pretty darn close on that, if not there. Which means that the county is going to generate $150,000 worth of revenue in the next 6 months. And maybe that's not enough to change anybody's mind on a policy matter, but it is a factor to take into consideration. So based on that, we're suggesting that, in all fairness, that you consider one or the other of those alternatives, which we believe are also supported by a sensible and fair-minded public policy, and they're not simply for the benefit of Mr. Coleman's project.
Thank you, Dave. We're in public comment right now, Michael. Mr. Coleman, would you like to say anything as well?
Yes, just briefly. Listening to that, even though I'm, been involved in it the whole time, I can see how it can be confusing. And council at the first meeting about the extension was told in passing by Lance and or Tony that my permit had expired, or application had expired. And so I'd like to tell you specifically what happened. That's actually not correct. But through the luck of the draw, when we were getting ready to submit our permit and working actively with the building department, just prior to the activation period for this extension, And even though we were getting ready to go in, we went in just after the first of the year. That caused us to miss being lumped in with that first group. Now, we received no notice that this was even happening, and as you recall, you did it in an emergency forum the first time. We would have and probably should have been in that first group, and all this would be a moot point. Then we were moving forward with our permit and had not abandoned it. And last fall, prior to the holiday season, we had submitted some updated information to the building department because they had questions about confirming the height to make sure it wasn't over height of the new house. So we submitted that information prior to the holidays and received nothing back. And we assumed it was still being processed. Then as the holidays got closer and the one-year anniversary, and I'll touch on that in a second, was coming up, I wanted to know specifically in writing what we needed to do if our permit went past 1 year, which was legal back then under the code we operate under, and has since been changed this year to be specifically for 1 year. But we were not operating under that new language. So having my architect check with the building department, then we didn't get a response back until right after the first of the year. And the response back about 10 days into, 2 weeks prior to what they claimed is the expiration on January 26th, we got an email back from Tony saying, well, you got your 1 6-month extension, your time's up. That's it. And first he told them that on the phone, and then he followed up with an email. And we were flabbergasted. First off, we had been submitting material. They had not processed it. They had not finished our permit. The ball was in their court. So then I went to Glenn Horn and I said, I don't understand this. What's going on? He researched the code. It became apparent that Lance and Tony were a little confused between old code and new code because they sent us an incorrect code with some pencil marks on it about the permit application time period that we were operating under. Then we finally dug out the right code that simply says if after 6 months, as long as a permit is being pursued in good faith, a 6-month extension can be granted, but it must be applied for in writing. So to cover our bases as best as possible, we sent a letter in saying, hey, we're doing a 6-month extension. You still haven't finished our permit yet, and we're now applying for it in writing. And Dave referred to that now, that the bulk of that time is up, so that if we were given our 6-month extension as we are due under the old code, but they say, no, we don't agree with that. We've never gone over a year, but there's nothing in our code that says it's limited to a maximum of 1 year, as it does say now. So they didn't finish processing our permit. We were the ones diligent to go in and start asking questions to see what, when, where, and how much longer, and started this process to discover that we had a disagreement, that they were saying, well, you're out of time. And we turned in the last information that was requested of us before Christmas holidays in October and November. And then until we started checking within the holidays and got information back afterwards, next thing you know, they said you're out of time. So this is a whole separate disagreement from this extension group. But if we had been in that first extension group, as we should have been, then it would have been a moot point in any case. So it's basically two issues that we're discussing at this point. So it's requesting a solution for us because A, we were left out of the extension group, and B, we have this permit issue. But quite frankly, as far as I'm concerned and we're concerned, we've spent over $40,000 in application fees plus all the ongoing architecture and design planning fees to answer all the questions, do all the energy studies. This house will be as energy efficient as any house because the energy code, as they have told you, has been modernized. The only thing we're probably one of the last ones that's grandfathered in on the TDR issue, and that's the one difference. But it has to comply with everything else. So the fairness issue, as far as extension, is one thing. And if you don't want to mess with your ordinance, which I'm 100% in favor of. The city of Aspen did a carte blanche 2 times, and they said the clock time is up now, and I agree with that. I think one more extension by the county is good because the economy, while it is recovering, is not there yet. But to start to try and cut somebody out of the herd, I am complying with code just like everybody else is. And to say that I'm not is not accurate. And to say, okay, current code, and you're trying to go back perhaps and re-legislate out from under me. But it really is not necessary to go down that road. The fairness to say, yes, you read my code that says for my permit period does not say to a maximum of 1 year. In good faith, we're proceeding through some oversight or whatever. At the last second they come up and say, gee, you're out of time, is not supported by the code that we're operating under. So whether you solve my situation by adding me back into the herd, as I should have been to begin with, or to say, yes, you're due a 6-month extension per your code from the date that we give it to you, so I have 6 months to finish. I have to build an old house. I have to do that before they'll even issue my building permit. This is something we found at the end. I have to give the county $150,000, and I've already given them 40 plus all the expenses that we have. So the only other thing I'll say then to conclude my comments is if I'm not treated fairly under the old code to give my 6-month extension, then I have no recourse. It in effect is a takings from me that I have to have legal representation to say, oops, you made a mistake in court, just like Peter Furnell with his improper fees that were charged to him for taffy or something. It was in the paper that before he went to his hearing, it was settled and he was given his money back because it was employee housing. And there was a misunderstanding, even though the building department said, our precedent and our custom is we don't give this money back or we don't do this, we never have before. It was decided that, well, upon further reading, that was a mistake, let's correct it. So if you want to read the code that governs me on my permit period, there's nothing that cut the clock off other than if I wasn't diligently moving forward, which we were the last ones to push communication with them, we were the ones to push for clarification on what we need to do to get finished, and they came back with this, you're out of time, just out of nowhere. Nothing in writing was ever sent to us, just to clarify that you're running out of time and you need to do this or anything, only when we called them and by a phone call. So that's a little clarification to realize it's 2 separate issues. I don't have anything against your ordinance as it is. It's just we were left out. If we were in it to begin with, you'd be cutting me out of the herd now by saying, even though I'm complying with code that I operate under, the PDR thing is a little bit black or grayish or whatever, milky, that some way it would cut me out of the extension group. So I'm asking for relief. We're actively trying to finish our building permit. We have solved our financial issues, and with our 6-month extension, we'll be ready to move forward. It is a pleasure to employ people in this valley. I have guys working for me right now. Everybody's 100% local, and it's nice to put bread on their table and my table. So I'm asking for your help to resolve the confusion.
Thank you very much for your comment. Michael?
I'm glad, thank you for your explanation, I appreciate that. Let me ask, is there an appeal process? I mean, there seems to be 2, and I'll talk to the board too, there seems to be 2 issues here. One, some sort of misunderstanding within the building permit process, and 2, addressing this emergency ordinance as an alternate to the building permit process. So the first question I have for staff is there an appeal process for what the applicant is alleging happened?
There is
Tony, identify yourself for the record.
I'm Tony Pissarro, I'm Chief Building Official for the county.
Thank you.
And
Could you speak up, Tony, just so I can get you on the tape?
Sure.
Thanks.
There is not an appeals process for anything in Chapter 1 of the Building Code, and that has been eliminated by our adoptions for as long as I've been with the building department. Anything else can be sent to the Board of Appeals. Not anything administrative.
So your suggestion, there's no remedy for the complaint that the public has in front of us, that they're alleging that there was just some miscommunication and they were left out of a process that they should have been in. There's no remedy for that? None whatsoever?
Not according to our code.
Yeah, I'm not sure of timelines, but I know we received the first letter about this from Glenn Horn. And we did receive a response from Tony to Glenn Horn's letter. And I would like to ask that, Tony, we've just heard one side of a sequence of events. If you could give us your side, or UN Lance, how did you perceive this as having played out? Did you receive documents, and you referenced both October, November, and before the holidays, and then never respond? Or do you normally call people and let them know when their expiration dates are coming up and that they should hurry their materials along?
Typically, we do try to advise people. We usually call a month before the permit is about to expire. And in this case, I believe we did. The architect on this, Jeffrey Hancock, was notified. And he is the person that was really the point person for this project. And I don't believe I've ever spoken to Mr. Coleman. But he was aware of this, as far as I know. A lot of the issues involved here were not specifically building, but they were mostly land use issues that were, there are certain things that were required under the administrative decision of that this building came in under. One of them was the demolition of the house, and evidence of the demolition of the house. There was something about a CDU being registered or something. I'm not sure what that is. And there's and a landscaping plan was requested. And these were requested. I looked up this file yesterday. These items were requested as far back as last May and I think March. And this project has it was put on hold upon receipt of these documents before the permit could be issued. Our plan reviewer did actually do the plan review on the building, and it was that part of it was completed before last March. So we were.
So the other conditions to pull the permit were never fulfilled somewhere between March and May of last year.
Correct.
And how does that relate to the 6-month automatic extension or the potential for a 1-year extension?
The building code gives us language as to when a permit expires, and it was never. And as a building official, I can make clarifications on that, which is what I've done, and it's what has been in effect since I've been working for the building department. You have a year to get a building permit out of the building department. If you're not able to do that, then you have to reapply. At one point, we were requiring a letter after 6 months, which is what the printed, the International Residential Code would say. So we usually do require, well, at that time, up until 2008, we did require a written request for extension, and then you have another 6 months, and that gives you your year. In 2008, I just said, everyone gets an automatic extension because I'd never turned anyone down, so I was just doing a lot of paperwork. Anyway, that is what happened there. He got the same year that everyone else gets as far as extensions go.
Okay, thank you. Michael, you had kind of initiated that. I just wanted to know if you had any follow-up on that first before you go, George.
Well, I have a second part.
Okay.
I mean, I don't want this to turn into a hearing about who said what letter arrived when, what the response was. I mean, that's why I asked about an appeal process, because I think that, that kind of conflict should somehow be resolved other than us, because this is about something completely different, what we're doing here. So the second part of it, what are the specific issues with the building code or land use code that you object to or can't meet in this new code, or that you don't want to meet?
It's more of the latter. I mean, we can meet the requirements, but given the time frame when this project was approved, we would have to go out and buy 4 TDRs in order to complete the project as designed, so it adds about $1 million potentially to the cost of the project.
We're not required under our code in our location in the urban growth boundary to have to buy TDRs for this particular project. So that is the answer to where all of a sudden, without any written notification that our permit is up, we did submit the landscape plan and things subsequent. That all was submitted. So it's just strictly fairness in the law that it says a year and so forth, and automatic verbal extensions. That's not what the code says, and it doesn't limit you to a year. And we were proceeding diligently, and we found out on our request that he considered our time up. We were not aware of until Jeffrey Hancock's the architect went to see what we needed to do to get finished. And then he says, you're out of time, and you have to tear the house down first, and so forth. So I don't disagree with you 100% that there should be, obviously, if you read the code, it doesn't say exactly what his typical practice has been. And if we were sent a letter saying, you've gotten a 6-month extension and you only have 6 months left to finish, it would have been a whole different animal, because we were asking back in the fall, subsequent to turning in that information. And then a different department had a question on height. And he's right, it is characterized by different, departments doing different things. And we never ever heard back on the height, and we did subsequently turn in the landscaping designs and paid for all that too, which is a requirement, and had done all that. So it is a little bit of a mess. I think I very clearly could show that the code that we were operating under properly. And their custom, or past practice or precedent, it's fine if we had been told that specifically. And also we should have been in the extension group, but we inadvertently weren't. So, and so if there's a appeal process or something else to go separate, I hate to be a burden on your guys' time, but it's important. And the house, as I said earlier, does comply with all the modern code, very energy efficient and everything. And we're operating faithfully under the code, the law that governs us.
Michael?
So it does, so the difficulties that you're having proceeding on the current code are requirements for TDRs to get your additional square footage. So that's the difficulty you're having, and it seems like we don't have an appeal process. We just rely on the building inspector determination. So this is difficult. I'm comfortable with this ordinance, but I'm uncomfortable with the unresolved conflict with Mr. Coleman and Mr. Myler. So I'm not sure what to do here.
Okay. George had his hand up.
What does the Board of Appeals do, and when do they utilize?
Anytime anyone takes exception with how I've interpreted the code, of the building code, any one of them, the mechanical or building code or whatever, with the exception of the administrative section. And that wasn't my adoption, it's something I've just carried through.
So would this particular issue be appropriate to go before a Board of Appeals?
No, what Tony's saying is we've adopted the IRC. The IRC has a variety of different sections and chapters that deal with the construction and the inspection of structures, in particular in this case a residential structure. The BOCC, when we adopted it, the BOCC ordains to adopt that common code. We then, through the BOCC, in its adoption, determined that all matters of application of that code can be, which are done through Tony as the chief building official, may be appealed to our Board of Appeals, with the exception of anything having to do with what in effect is Chapter 1, which is the administration. This is an administration issue, so that's why Tony is saying there's no direct appeal to the Board of Appeals. That's the way the code is set up by the county.
I guess what I would suggest, I agree with Michael. I mean, these are two separate issues, and we haven't really had enough time or have not gotten any materials in terms of looking at this. I'd be willing to look at this issue, but I want to make sure that we have a packet from our staff and we have timelines, and so it's very clear to me. So that's over here. We can put that in the parking lot for right now. I think what's in front of us today at this point is whether we want to move ahead with this ordinance as written. And I think that's where I would like to see us move today.
Yeah, I agree with that. The thing is, too, again, we saw the initial letter from Grundhorn. I think, Jack, you may have even brought it up in one of the work sessions to say, have we responded to this yet? And it was that Tony is working on a response. And Tony did send his response to this situation where, I don't want to try to paraphrase, but it was that I have followed our code, their time expired, and that's where it is. And we were apprised of that. We received that response, and then we also heard again on the first hearing of this ordinance from Glenn Horn as well about this one specific particular property, and it has continued to move forward. I don't know that we would have standing to go back. I don't know that we have administrative relief to be able to go back to look at the issue we put on the shelf after we do this today. I mean, maybe John Ely would like to weigh in on that, but that background had been given to us, and the board chose not to act in any specific manner because it seemed, again, to be that if the notifications about things that needed to happen to keep the permit alive were back in March and May of last year, and they related to the demolition of the house, and nothing proceeded. 1 second, Dave. I'm just saying, I don't know that without making some modification in here and a decision to modify here, we have any ability to go back, change that outcome, and then throw him in the group that does not have to comply with current code. John, do you have any thoughts on that analysis of what our authorities would be or could be for relief?
I'm not comfortable with going back to, certainly not in this meeting. We're not constituted to review an ordinance that has adopted and, in effect, run its course last year. The question of how to finally adopt this particular ordinance is something you can discuss, and whether or not you feel paragraph 2 is appropriate or not. I guess my advice would be to the board something along the lines of what George has just said. There are some folks out there who are quite aware of this ordinance and are acting in reliance upon it. I guess my sense is I would like to see it concluded so that those people know where they are. And then if the board wishes to continue the discussion on this particular property, then Rachel, the way you've suggested is probably the most logical way to go forward, which is to assemble all the information on it, and then you can review it. The dilemma is that we have to act within the construct of the codes that we have adopted in the particular manner that we have adopted what is a common code, the IRC, which is the successor to the previous IBC and UBC. But all of that can be discussed.
Let me ask one last thing here, guys, because I'm really trying to think about something. I know there's some different opinions on the board, at least from the last hearing. Some were clearly, let's not have section number 2 in here at all, let the chips fall where they may, depending on how many other homes other than your own are out there on TDRs. And the other opinion was, you do a new code for a reason, and this was done in '06, and the community, while you want to keep in balance the current economic downturn and potential for job creation, there's a community value that, has finally acknowledged the impact that large homes have within the community. Some of the AACP could even be called a reaction to the large homes that people have seen so close within the urban growth boundary. So those are the two things we were balancing when this went forward. But if this was passed today at a future meeting, could we process an amendment to it to then go back to include permits that had expired in December of 31st?
With appropriate notice, yes. But more than likely, you would probably be in the position that if this is adopted in whatever form is decided by the board, you'd probably more than likely be in the position of adopting something else to address something else.
Would it be legal or within our jurisdiction, upon a hearing of the facts and the issues in this case, to make a determination that this applicant would have or should have fallen under the previous ordinance?
Perhaps, but I'm not sure if that's. I'm not sure, to tell you the truth, if that's the way it's framed. I talked with Tony yesterday when he asked me to get together to review, I guess, the most recent letter that came in regarding this property, and while I was over there, I briefly talked to Cindy and Lance, and it seemed that everybody was on the same page. So I'm not sure how the facts would line up. So when you get to a decision point, then it might not, like I'm trying to say, it probably wouldn't be so much looking backward and trying to amend something that has already occurred as going forward and seeing if you want to craft an appropriate ordinance to deal with this property or any other properties that might be similarly situated.
Lance, in the first reading, you had told us some sort of number of how many other building permits would be affected if we took section number 2 out. If you could refresh our memories.
We had 3 permits that have expired since December 31st because construction has not commenced. That means that that's permits that people have in their hand, but they have not started them in a timely manner. And there were 4 permits that will expire before June 1st if construction does not commence. These are people who have permits.
We were talking about the ones who wouldn't come up to current code.
Oh, well, the only ones I'm aware of are TDRs. I have not been able to research.
Any idea of how many TDR projects are out there?
I think this is the only TDR project that's left.
I have to come to some board members because I kind of
I'm trying to help out a little bit here if I could.
Why don't you hold on to your thoughts for a minute, and then maybe you can help all of us after we hear everyone else's comments. Who was up next here?
Maybe.
You want to go, Jack? One of you guys. I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
Maybe because I'm not washing hands. This is clearly 2 different issues, and we have to move forward to be consistent to a previous action that has even allowed another applicant to move forward to confirm this. So separate issue. Then on the issue before us with Dave Myler and his client, you know, and Michael's absolutely right. This is not the time to do it. He said, she said, whatever, whatever. So I really want to establish a direction to staff to bring this back to us, because, and staff absolutely does their job, etc., but things like holidays do get in the way. You know, I mean, that's just a reality. So there's a little gray here. I don't know what it means. I'm wondering if there's any responsibility by the county for an inordinate delay, maybe because of the holiday, whatever, that didn't allow this applicant to get this done in a timely manner. And so we've got to determine that, and I'm willing to take that on as, you know, speaking only, of course, for myself, because our job ultimately, what we do here is to serve the public. Now, it doesn't mean when they make a request that we, at the end of the day, agree with them, but I think we have to have some kind of a, and I want to put this in quotes, a hearing, a work session, some time on this to establish some facts. And maybe, John, you know, we can go through all this and go through an exhaustive preparation and staff review of that, or we might, and I don't know if it works for this one, this ordinance, extend it 30 days and just move on. But I think an important question has been asked: what other properties might have been applicable for that extra 30 days has been, you know, maybe this is the only one. I'm not looking for any easy ways, but I am absolutely looking at us to spend the required amount of time to air this out. So I would be requesting staff to get ready to hear this out.
Okay. I'm not real clear on that answer, Jack. Although I will ask the question, are you allowed to continue a confirmatory reading, and will the emergency ordinance still remain in effect during the time period if you do that? Or does that create uncertainty?
You can do it.
You can do it.
Whether it creates uncertainty is probably in the minds of the people who it affects more than us. But I think that if the board is comfortable with this ordinance, then I would say go ahead and adopt it. Go ahead and confirm it, I should say. And then review the parameters and the aspects and the facts of this whole thing separately. It may be that you want to take an additional action because of you know what you hear, and it may be that you don't. But at least that's developed independent of this, and this can be concluded.
Okay. Rob, you have a hand up?
Yeah. I guess my first question is for you, Rachel, in terms of where we are, because we're still in the public hearing process right now, or you haven't closed that out
I
yet?
haven't really closed that.
Okay. I want to just address, because as you said, Rachel, I was not in favor of having number 2 in this ordinance, and I just want to explain for the record and for the people in the audience here why, what my understanding is and what my reasoning was for that. The 2010 ordinance that was passed was for all permits that were expiring in 2010 extended to August 31st, 2011, under the same code that they were issued under, no new code rules. The 2011 ordinance were all the codes from January 1st, 2011, all the building permits from January 2011 to August 31st, extended to August 31st with the section that we're talking about here, Section 2, added to bring it up to new code. My reasoning was that part of the reason for adopting a 2011 ordinance was because there was this gap in time. There was this section that seemed like Well, if someone had a permit that was expiring in 2010, they had 9 months to go because they got that automatic extension. 2011, they all of a sudden fell off a cliff and they didn't get any extension, as opposed to if everything up until August 31st got extension to that date, August 31st. January permits would have 8 months additional extension. February 2011 permits would have 7 months extension. March permits would have 6 months extension, and so on. My reasoning is, in terms of not wanting Section 2 in there, and why I didn't vote for this ordinance when it first came before us, was that there seemed to be an imbalance between December 2010 and January 2011, which is fine, and I understand that in giving an emergency ordinance, we are giving a benefit to the applicants, and we have the right as a BOCC to, give that privilege or that extra benefit to them. But it seemed like there was an imbalance between an arbitrary date of January 30 or December 31st, 2010, and anything beyond that. And part of the suggestion that I made when we were going over the details of this was, well, let's have anything before that expiration date come up to that, and then the new code aspect came into it. Had we not had a 2010 ordinance at all, and we were just talking about 2011, I would have been fine with having that Section 2 in there. But it's the imbalance that says,
benefits from year to year.
benefit from day to day.
Yeah, but
December 31st to January 1st. So my reasoning for not being in favor of 2, and I understand that we are giving a benefit to the applicants by having any of these ordinances, my reasoning was the imbalance there. And my reasoning was that having that fade out to a 9-month extension, an 8-month extension, a 7-month extension, and 6-month extension was a way of phasing it out, as opposed to saying, well, anyone in 2011 has to come up to the new code, and it seemed like there was an imbalance to me. So with that said, I am in favor of adopting this ordinance without Section 2, but that was my reasoning, and I just wanted to express that.
appreciate that, and a good refresher for all of us. And that is one option that we have here and now today. We could adopt this without Section 2. There would be no secondary hearing. I'm not so sure myself, just from my best recollection of Tony's letter coming back to us, that if we went through a hearing, work session, whatever you call it, on this particular case, that we would reach any different conclusion than Tony reached. And then we would not have a mechanism for relief of this property, if that's what people are choosing to do. That was just my recollection of Tony's letter. I kind of thought the conclusions might end up being the same. Just a moment. George, you have a comment or a thought or a problem?
I have a comment anyway.
Okay.
I'm comfortable with leaving this in. We did pick an arbitrary date because we had to. Because we talked about, should we have a set date, should we allow this to roll over? We decided we needed a finite starting point and a finite ending point, because otherwise it's a never-ending process. And in the 2010 ordinance, we talked about, I think in hindsight, we would have had included this initially. And that's why new codes are updated constantly, because of the change in the environment and the change in sort of the intent of what we're trying to do here. So one could argue that prior, December of 2005, before the 2006 new code came in, maybe we should have extended it for a month for those people. But I also remember when we talked about that initial relief in this ordinance of 2010, we asked Lance, who were the applicants, what did they look like, and how many would actually be not falling under the new code. And we talked about there was maybe one that was going to not comply with setbacks. And I know we talked about TDRs, and I can't remember if there were any that were going to fall under that new code or not. Because I remember we had a conversation, we had that concern.
Very small numbers for TDR. I think there's 2 or 3.
So I'm comfortable with this. I think, initially I actually was opposed to this. because I just saw this as a continued extension of a vesting right per se. We're just continuing to extend this, and it could come back again. But because of the wording, because of our discussion that Rob brought this whole issue forward to look at this, we looked at an additional small fee of $500 from ComDev because of the extra time they were going to have to do it, but not have to go through an entire reapplication fee. And we talked about the idea that we could do this going forward, but it needs to comply with the new code. And that's why I actually voted for it. Otherwise, I would have voted against it as well. Because in principle, I did not agree in terms of the extension of it. So I'm comfortable with what this says and what this allows. And I think this is fair. People are given vesting rights, 3 years vesting rights to try to accomplish what they need to accomplish. If they can't, they have the opportunity to come before us to appeal for an extension of those vesting rights. We did do these ordinances to try to offer some relief in the economic climate at the time, but I think we're there now.
Okay, thank you. Michael Minchak.
Yeah, I also am comfortable with it. Because the real issue isn't about these extensions. The real issue is the 2006 code. That's the issue. And that happened on a day in July. Just one day. Changed entirely. And this application, the one in dispute, exists from before that date. So I'm comfortable with this. However, but what John's saying is we can look at the facts. He hasn't said we can reverse an administrative decision.
No.
But he says we can look at the facts. So where does that carry us?
It would take you outside of the restriction of the code as you adopted it, which is to say the IRC with its amendments, such that something like this. This is outside of the IRC as it's been adopted. This calls out a classification of properties based upon a certain circumstance that allows a different treatment than would be afforded under the IRC. This is what you can do. You can't do an appeal, as you've come to know them, of an administrative decision made under the IRC. But there are other avenues of action available to the BOCC. And this is a perfect example of one right here, this emergency ordinance.
Okay, so I'm comfortable with this, and then I think probably need an executive session to discuss those. I don't know. It's still a little cryptic as far as I'm concerned what we would do, but I'm anxious to do something. So.
Okay. Jack?
Yeah, we've danced around this. This is about the third or fourth meeting on this. So, Lance, let me just clarify. The various pieces of research that you did, if number 2 was not in here, how many properties would be applicable?
I don't know.
So we don't have that information.
I know that for a pretty good reason that there's not other 4 TDR issues out there. There could be other setback issues, there could be other minor issues, and it's virtually impossible without researching every building permit and comparing it against the land use code to answer that question.
Yeah, I'm really uncomfortable. Of course, when we first had this discussion, I think a couple of us disagreed, and it's evolved to where we are. I actually, listening is real important. And for me, I think the best avenue for us to take in this case, maintaining the integrity of the code and the administration of the code by our building official, by understanding the sensitivity to what the heck is going on with this economy and how unusual this really has been. I've been hanging around, we'll call it quote-unquote, hanging around part of this organization since I was on P&Z, and therefore I've been connected to the happenings, and we've just never seen times like this. Excuse me for making a statement everyone knows, but I really believe the best way to handle this is delete number 2, because we maintain what we do, how we do it. We would then not have to direct staff to come up with this huge amount of work, etc. And, you could accuse me of being a bit of a softy here, but I am sensitive to what the heck's going out there, and it's not this applicant. Where this applicant lands is one thing, but we don't have enough information at this time to understand, well, how many other properties are we catching or not catching? And that's a huge amount of work too. So I understand a couple commissioners have already weighed in on their comfort with number 2, but I am not comfortable with number 2, and I think we can move on without undue extra work, etc. by eliminating this. Let's try to work with elements of the community, and again, I don't know if this is the only one. We don't know. To move forward and do what we have to do to confirm. If we happen to let somebody, if we're going to err, we're being a little more flexible than we might, because the integrity of the code is important. When we set through 06 and 04 to 6 to rewrite the code, we did that for a purpose, and I believe in what we did. But it's what kind of net we're throwing out to reinforce what Rob said for the sake of really a day, a month. We picked an arbitrary date, and I supported that. So I've landed the best way to move forward is to eliminate number 2.
Is. I would entertain a second discussion of what to do, but about this one in particular. But I really can see almost getting into passing emergency ordinance that's about one property in the future to cure it. It would almost start to feel like contract zoning, and I just don't know that I don't know that we'll find the relief. And that's why I think it's good for all of us that we have a kind of labored conversation right now. I'm very torn between the 2 positions that have been put out so far. So I'll leave it at that for now. I'll give it a little consideration. Dave, you've been very patient. everyone had their comments, but I thought that way you would be able to address it most fully. And then I'm going to close the public comment after your comments.
Thank you. First of all, I wanted to say that the information that was provided to you regarding the history here was not intended to serve as a de facto request for an appeal of Tony's decision. We understand that it's not appealable, and we're not here technically to do that, but we thought it would be helpful to you to know what happened and what the feelings are. So we're here to talk to you about the legislation and what we might be able to do with the ordinance as it's currently drafted. And we offered you two alternatives. One to eliminate condition number 2, and the other to simply amend or use this ordinance to amend ordinance 16 of 10 to extend the window of opportunity by at least 30 days. That allows you to preserve condition number 2 for anything that would occur starting in February 1, let's say, of this year. But it would allow this project to go forward, and since that date was somewhat arbitrary anyway, I'm not sure that it violates any public purpose or overriding public objective in preserving the aspects of the 2006 code that are important to all of us.
You know, at least my understanding of ordinances such as this is that you can take away, but you can't really add to at second reading. And I don't know that we could add a change in date, and as Dave was discussing,
To this ordinance?
to this ordinance, that it would have to go back to a first reading type.
Well, it would go to a third reading.
A third reading.
Essentially, which would be a continued confirmatory reading.
Okay.
And it would modify the effect of the emergency ordinance that has already been adopted a couple of weeks ago.
Okay. And with I'm sorry, we're trying to wrap up here, but did you understand the second option as Dave was presenting it, and did you think that would, would that get to the fairness issue that Rob and Jack are trying to get to without undermining the ordinance as a whole where it relates to other land use code provisions?
I'm not to me, that's like a third option. I heard the first option being to address a 2010 ordinance, second option to delete paragraph 2, and I would assume actually 2 and 3, but I'm not sure how that would fit into Lance and Tony are thinking. But and then this is another option, which is to modify the date, and if we're going to modify the date and therefore the bracket of the application of this emergency ordinance, that's why I think we're looking at doing so and then continuing it out for a third reading in effect.
May I clarify what John's saying? I can help.
No, I'm sorry, I'd like to, and we're talking a little legalese here now, and so I want to keep it to that.
I'm very affected by this. If I could have 30 seconds, I would
Please, 30 seconds.
I agree with all the opinions, and it's a privilege to sit in front of this board with weighing everything you have to weigh. Here's a simple solution. Vote this ordinance exactly the way your consciences say to. And protect the code, just as you said. Let Lance issue me, which the code allows. I'm sunsetted in this. This won't happen again. Issue me my 6-month extension in writing as the code allows him to do. Obviously, there was confusion, gray areas, and the holidays. And then I'm done. I'm not asking for an extension of vested rights or anything. I'm just trying to finish my permit. He can legally issue me a 6-month written extension as the code allows, and I'm done. And that's what I want to contribute.
I don't know that our staff holds the same opinion that they could do that legally.
It's not Lance.
It's not Lance.
It's Tony as the CBO.
And Tony has already issued a statement feeling that he could not legally do that. Was that correct?
In the construct of what we're operating under, is like I said, it's not a board of appeals. If the board wants to take another type of action, and like this emergency ordinance, then there are other things that the board can do upon review of the facts. But direction to a staff member to act in a certain way under an existing code, not within our framework.
Okay, George and Michael.
Yeah, I think we're setting ourselves up for a dangerous precedent here. This may be just an isolated case, but it may open up the door to other cases. I think in good faith, the Board of County Commissioners in 2010 granted some relief to the building community because of the economic climate. We had a date, we had to set a date. I feel now that had we not done that, these issues would not even come before us because your vesting rights would have expired. You would have been under the new 2006 code. We would not be having this conversation. So at some point, I think we're starting to be taken advantage of in terms of what we've tried to do for the community in good faith. And there's always exceptions to the rule, and there will always be exceptions to the rule. But I think it's important that we stick to what we think is important. And the previous boards felt that the change in the codes in 2006 were that important because it addressed a lot of these environmental concerns. I don't see how that's changed now. And it's unfortunate that someone's missed the deadline, but it seems like they've had the opportunity. I don't think it's our role and responsibility to have to go out and tell every applicant when their time frames are over. I think the developers and builders have to take that responsibility upon themselves. I mean, that's not our role. Our staff would be, that's all they would be doing. It's nice that they actually are making the commitment to going the extra step to trying to inform applicants when they're within a month to go. But I'm sure a lot of communities don't do that. I'm sure they can't do that. They haven't got the staff or the time or the ability or the interest. And so I think we've gone the extra step here. Again, I would never have agreed to this to begin with, except for these additions that we have discussed. And I think we should move forward.
Do you want to make a motion so we can have discussion for motion's sake?
I appreciate it if we don't make a motion.
Okay. Michael was up next.
Yeah.
This is agonizing. If a 30-day difference in the dates here address some problems, I'm willing to do that.
You know, I'm willing to as well, but I really wasn't sure how that language worked in a way that would do this, because if your permit has already expired, and we're talking about our code to take effect, I mean, we're not amending the old ordinance, the 2010 ordinance, to go forward to January 31st.
It wasn't expired during the period.
We were not doing that, and so we can't extend this one, but this one will stand as it is written now, so this is the one you would be under. So I didn't really understand that mechanism that you were talking about. Is it okay to hear from Dave again, Jack?
Absolutely, because my question was going to be to John. Would you explain what Rachel was trying to get at with your question about 30 days? So maybe we can clarify.
Without dropping section number 2, Dave had suggested that there was language that could resolve the issue for this particular circumstance. Would you explain that one more time for Lance and John, and then they can explain it to me?
My thought was that the current ordinance could amend Ordinance 16 of 10 to extend the window and to provide for 6 months after the permit is reinstated, if that's the correct terminology, to complete the review process. Now, if it's going to require a separate ordinance to amend Ordinance 16 of 10, then maybe we can bring that back. But it seemed to me that you can't amend one ordinance with the one that you have in front of you now.
Okay. John, you have
Lance, do we have any idea what moving that window 30 days back? I'm guessing we don't at this point, but how many other, because we're obviously talking about one permit here.
We don't, except that it wouldn't be large.
It wouldn't be large.
No, because we're in a period of down permits. So I think that 1 month is probably not affecting
a whole lot. That'd be my guess. Wouldn't you agree?
I would.
Yeah. I want to be clear too, Tony, for you sitting over there in the quarter. So, I'm not considering this because I think there has been any error whatsoever in your interpretation of our code or application of our code or within the building department. I am more swayed by Rob's discussion and dialogue about the difference between January 1st and December 31st and what we've required here. I know it's a hard line. I am very swayed by George Newman's comments. I'm not so sure building a 15,000 square foot home is building to today's market, given where we are coming out of the economic decline. Quite frankly, it just does not seem to be where we're at, and I think there is the integrity of the TDR program, which is based on the concept that very large homes will eliminate their impacts within our community. So I unfortunately struggled with this throughout. Maybe that's why we've been talking for so long.
Yeah, then.
Let me formally close the public hearing, though, at this time. Jack?
So that's closed. John, you, in response to Rachel's question, gave us an explanation of how this 30-day move in dates might work, and I wasn't digesting your whole explanation. Would you mind please giving that to us again?
To tell you the truth, I thought something additional had been thrown on the table. Really, the 30 days is simply the original idea of modifying the first ordinance that was enacted in 2010.
And can we do that through this ordinance?
No. You can, however, if you want, ordain to do that very thing, but you need to enact something else to do it. And the most appropriate way, of course, is to notice that ordinance and then bring it forward to you guys.
Well, then that seems reasonable, because Rachel brought up a very important question for me, is the unknown. The concern about other applications. This could be the only one. This could be others. There could be others. So it looks like there might be a path, if the board is in agreement, at least the majority, to amend the previous ordinance to move that, give public notice, allow anyone else to be involved. We'd have more certainty, at least, because the land use and legal community are pretty aware of what goes on here, so I'm not worried about somebody's going to miss this. So for me, it appears that we could move forward on this, because I think this is important, this confirmatory hearing. It just gets some business done. And if there's an inclination by a majority of the board to direct staff to amend the other ordinance, we take a separate action. We can do that today by directing staff to initiate.
To initiate.
Okay. Well, good.
Is there, well, let me just say, I would support the direction to initiate that separate action. Michael, does that seem to get to where you were thinking there could be another path to?
Yeah, I'm just looking for a resolution. And
so, Rob, you understand kind of where this
I
is
understand
going?
the second action. I think it kind of creates an odd precedent to, do something for one applicant. My basis and my reasoning was to try to create a connection between the 2010 and 2011 ordinance to remove a oddity gap in my mind. That was my reasoning. And I think the board has to consider the standards that we set when we start to create an ordinance for one applicant.
Yeah, I recognize that, and this is a very difficult threading of some needles here, but if it weren't for what seemed to be some disconnect at some level between when their permit expired, it's the only reason I'm looking at that as a unique circumstance, and not to try to favor one applicant for one reason or another. And I think I then become the third vote to move in that direction. And Michael has.
I'm not doing this for one applicant.
Yeah.
I'm doing it just to extend the time period. And whatever applicant comes forward is free to do that. It's clear that it's not, for me, it's not for one applicant. But, there is an arbitrariness to this, and so we're going to move it 30 days. I'm comfortable with that, but it's not for one applicant.
Yeah, and then we will have a hearing and discussion on that activity. If you'd like to finish, if John has any advice that this might be a wrong course, then, because of a fairness issue, I'd like to hear it, but otherwise, Rob.
I just wanted to say, I think moving that date from December 31st to January 31st is more towards the fairness that I'm talking about. So I'm in favor of that, but I think it feeds into my argument more that, having something that connects the two ordinance a little bit more is even more fair.
Yeah, I can understand that. Okay, I would accept a motion, please, from the board on item number 4 of our land use public hearings, emergency ordinance confirmatory extension of building permits.
Move to adopt.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, if there's no further discussion, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Let me just...
Okay, further discussion?
I was one of the people that didn't vote for this the first time around. I'm going to vote for it at this point because I think it's a step towards fairness and somewhat, eliminating that gap of the different permitting dates. I do think that there was a better solution, and that's why I didn't vote for it in first reading. So I just want to make that clear.
Yeah, appreciate that.
30 seconds.
Yeah, and Jack?
I'm not going to vote for this because we just don't have enough facts about who, might or what, been captured. Plus, I had indicated I'd be willing to eliminate it. And for your sake, Rob, sitting as a new commissioner, you'll come to find that things just aren't black and white, and you can't have, you can't create the path exactly how you want it. So I'm going to be consistent with where I was before.
Okay, great. Any other comments? None? All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed?
Opposed.
Okay, and I think we had a majority of the board who discussed direction lands that you seem to have captured to see what we can do to cure what seems to be, again, a mishap, if nothing else, in an area where we would not normally have a Board of Appeals type of process.
And
John?
the direction, as I understand it, would be to process an amendment to...
I would not be? Well, no, that's kind of what I was going to ask, too. When this was developed, it started in a work session, and so that was the question. How do you want to bring it to the work session to discuss an amendment to a previous, that way, or?
I think that John, you have a comment.
Yeah, I think it may be good for us to be able to do some research so that we can bring back, 30 days, what do we think it captures or not, so that the board understands that, and maybe look at a little bit on both sides of that so that you understand, what some of what it might mean for your potential legislative action. I don't think we're ready to answer those questions. I think it'd be good to workshop it and then bring a resolution back.
And essentially, as I understand it, that's a 1 month period of extension. What would fall under that? Other than...
For permits that lapsed in the month of January, sounds like what we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
So
That seems to be where we're going.
Is the direction to have a work session?
They're going to research it, bring something forward that accomplishes this goal, and then we will discuss it in a work session to fully understand the implications.
Is there a timeline on that?
Yeah, we can establish a timeline.
Set the date and we'll...
They'll start working on it right away, and we'll make some room.
We'll try to get something in the next couple of weeks in work session, and then from there, we'll take direction as far as creation of a resolution. But I think it's important that we maybe consider this separately with more information on the table before you make a final decision or direction on the resolution.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Is there any open discussion from board members today? John, John, did you have anything new?
Yes, I apologize. This actually came from George. I'll just hand this around. It's an email of a letter that was written to the administrator of the Federal Transit Administration from Senator Udall, Bennett, and Representative Polis, basically supporting the... What's that? Basically, requesting funding within our construction season this year for RAFTA for the funds. And George, I think you wanted to maybe look at either a letter, couldn't make out there's a letter thanking these guys or another.
I just thought this was really good that we've got, and Dan Blankenship has been working with the respective staff in terms of getting their support and having this letter drafted to the administrator for the Department of Transportation for the funding for the BRT program. And so I just wanted to acknowledge and thank our congressional representatives that have moved this forward and just give them a thank you. We appreciate this, and we feel this is still very, very important to be able to move this BRT program forward, and we appreciate your support, and we continue to hope that we get the funding that we've asked for.
Okay, I think that'd be great to send a thank you letter. Fully endorse that. Michael, it's okay with you?
What about a letter to Scott Tipton and say, where's your signature?
May I?
I approve of this letter, and I think it's a good thing to do. I'm disappointed that Scott Tipton's signature is not.
And I agree to that, and I agree with that, and I asked Dan how that process went, and he said that Representative Tipton, although he was and is supportive of the BRT program, there was aspects of it that he could not support. One was the addition of the one was funding. One was the addition of the internet access. I'm not sure that's the right terminology.
The broadband, the IT.
The IT on the buses, which actually would only amount to about $9,000. But more importantly, he was concerned that at this time of budget constraints, that he didn't feel that any grant application should receive the full amount that they've asked for. He feels that there's a certain amount that he would support BRT, but not the full amount. And Dan's response was, well, probably better off not pursuing that, and probably better off that Representative Tipton just stays quiet on the issue, and rather than try to raise that and have him raise some of his concerns that may further confuse the issues with
the FTA.
The FTA.
May I ask a question pertaining to this request, which I fully support? There are other members of the congressional delegation. Did Dan talk to?
I think this is more the ones who are within the BRT region, so that it's not so much talking to Diane DeJet to support a project outside of her congressional district, but Polis, because of Eagle County's participation, is within our district.
I got it. So.
And hopefully the FTA will consider the weight of our two senators and one of the representatives, and given that Representative Tipton is a freshman, maybe not quite up to speed on all the issues, perhaps, that we'll go forward. But I think we should just acknowledge those who are supporting it.
Okay, we agree with that. Michael?
Yeah, Scott Tipton's response to not granting the entire amount, RAFTA purposely didn't ask for a grant that was very large. They asked for the bare minimum, and by doing that, they eliminated numerous parts of the BRT system and got it down to the bare bone. So it was a fair application for the minimum amount of money, and to then judge that application just on the basis of, well, you always cut something from any application, from any grant fund, is unfair and not a good analysis, and is an analysis driven by an ideology rather than an analysis driven by rationality and thoughtfulness.
and who he represents across the board, no matter what party he might belong to or might not. Everyone rides the bus.
Okay, so we're going to send the letter. You can start drafting that in. Since Georgia brought this forward, why don't you send your first draft to George to take a proof over, and then we'll bring it forward.
You could go to your Rachel.
I'm going to Mako next week.
I'll be out of town next week for the rest of the month, so
Well,
don't send it to me.
for the rest of the month, don't send it to George. I can look at it when I come back. You can email it to me as well, but it may, if we're going to get out in a timely fashion, need to go under Michael's signature, as he will be acting chair while I'm out of town.
Well, let's do that directly.
Okay, any other issues today for open discussion? I had sent you guys an email last week about a call for national resolutions for NACO. I really have had a hard time thinking of any that may pass NACO. I don't have, and it has to be fully formed language, and it needs to be in on Friday. The one thing I really have thought about is just to say, can you please concentrate on job creation instead of social issues? Maybe that would work at NACO. We all saw that House Bill number 3, the third highest priority of the new Congress, has passed. I hope it does not pass the Senate. I hope it would not get a president's signature, but it would make it all insurance policies by small businesses that might cover women's reproductive care would no longer be eligible for the tax credit that other small businesses get on their insurance policies. So it's the first tax increase we're seeing out of the new Congress, and it's on people who would like to provide women coverage for reproductive health. That's frustrating. It also would mean that a woman who had contributed throughout her 20 years to her health savings account, who might finally need, because of a whatever reason, abortion services, would not be able to use her own health savings account to pay for that after they had been deducting out of the payment for years. And so we're seeing this huge distraction from the economy, from the war, from what really should be done to feed a cultural war and a distraction on ideology from the issues at hand that really put women, unfortunately, in the center of it. So if the board does not mind me submitting something like that, I would think about doing that. I won't get specific, obviously, to names, but just simply to the idea that can we focus on jobs and things like that as opposed to these cultural, social issues that just divide the country. And if that's a general nod, I'll try to get that out on Friday. Jack?
Yeah, I would. I've been thinking about that too, and really the environment, today's environment, political environment, I'm going, oh man, why bother sending it to NACO?
I know.
But that was very thoughtful about focus on jobs and not social issues. It's very short, to the point, and I don't know if anyone can disagree with, of course, the first part of that anyway. But so I would support that, and I think we have to make a statement, about what you just spoke to about women's health care. It's just critical.
All righty. And John, you don't have to draft it.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. And last TV, I think we're done.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn?
Second.
Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you.